Most real estate agents are not bad at social media. They're just using it in the wrong way. And right now, you're probably of one of two paths. Path number one is what I call for the hobby brand. This is where you post randomly on social media and hope that over time it will somehow bring you leads. Maybe you post a listing, maybe you post a sold post, maybe you post a story here and there. And maybe you only post when you feel inspired, which is a classic. But there's no real system behind it. So people do not really know who you are, they do not really know what you do, and they really don't understand why should they trust you. So they do not engage much with your content, and they do not start conversations with you. And they definitely do not reach out when they are in need of your service. In other words, no clear brand, no trust, no conversations, and no warm leads. Path number two is the business brand. This is where you use social media as a real business tool. Not to become famous and not to become an influencer, but to make more potential clients know that you exist, trust you, and think of you first when it's time to sell. This is where your content actually helps you get more clients. It brings you warm leads, it builds trust, it creates conversations, and in the end, the most important part, it helps you make more money. Simple as that. Because when you build your personal brand in the right way, people start to understand who you are, they start to understand what you do, and they start to understand the way you think. And when they are in need of the service you provide, you're much more likely to be the person they think of. And that's the whole game. And if you are on path number one right now, this course is going to help you to move to path number two. And it can save you years trying to figure this out on your own, and it can save you hundreds of hours, and honestly, probably a lot of money as well. Because this is the shortcut I wish I had when I started as a real estate agent over 5 years ago. And if you feel that you're already on path number two, but you feel stuck, like there's another level that you haven't achieved yet, but you're not entirely sure how to get there, then this course will help you as well. Because the goal is simple, to help you get more warm leads. My goal with this course is simple, to make this the one place you need to understand how to use social media, content, personal branding to get more warm leads as a real estate agent and to get you to the place you know you're capable of reaching. And this is the full blueprint for real estate agents who want to turn social media into a warm lead machine. And this course is not built on fluff. It's not built on ChatGPT telling me what to do. It's built on real experience. I've been in the real estate agent industry for 8 years. I worked as a real estate agent for 5 years. And I've been the #1 most selling agent in my target area. And I currently work at the #1 selling firm in my market. And I do this in one of the most competitive markets in the country. On top of that, I have grown my personal brand on LinkedIn to over 8,000 followers at the time of this recording. And the most important part is not that number itself. The most important part is that roughly 95% of that audience is made up of the exact people I want to reach. Because that's the game, not random followers, not random attention, the right people. So what I'm going to share with you is not just theory. I've spent thousands of hours testing what works and what does not, so you don't have to start from zero. And I have one promise for you. What I'm going to show you today is, to my knowledge, the best blueprint in the world for getting more warm leads as a real estate agent. And I'm not holding anything back. I'm sharing the real stuff, the lessons, the mistakes, the golden nuggets, the secret sauce, and I'm handing it to you on a silver platter for free. So here's what we're going to cover. Section number 1 is the fundamentals. This is where we build a foundation, why social media matters, why trust matters, and why warm leads can change your entire career. Section number 2 is the strategy. This is where we turn social media from just random posting into a real system. And section number 3 is content. This is where we talk about what to actually post so people start paying attention, trusting you, and seeing you as the obvious choice. And section number 4 is the action plan. This is where we turn everything into simple steps you can actually follow. So let's start with section number 1, the fundamentals. So before we jump into section number 1, I want to quickly explain how to get the most out of this course, because this is just not a random YouTube video, this is a full course. So first, make sure to subscribe to this channel, because if you click away from this video and you're not subscribed, there's a real chance you will never find this video again. And I genuinely believe this is something you will want to come back to. Second, download the free workbook I've created for you. You will find it through the link below. The workbook is there so you can follow along, take notes, and actually turn this course into something practical. Because watching is good, but implementing is what will change your business. Third, watch this course from start to finish. For some of you, that might take one day. For others, it might take few weeks or even months. And that is completely fine. But see this course as almost like a really valuable book. Just in a video format, me sitting here speaking directly to you. And you watch it once to understand the full picture. And then you can come back to different sections again and again as you want. This is also why I've created clear timestamps throughout the video. So when you come back, you can easily find exactly the section you're looking for. So subscribe, download the workbook, watch the course from start to finish, and then come back to the parts you need. Now, let's get into it. Enjoy. Now we're starting with the foundation. Before we talk about Instagram, YouTube, newsletters, ads, CTAs, or anything tactical, you need to understand why most agents are not getting enough warm leads in the first place. And I believe the reason is much simpler than most people think. It's not always that they're bad agents. It is usually that they are invincible. So in this section, we're going to talk about the problem that keeps a lot of agents stuck. And once you understand this, the rest of the course will make a lot more sense. Before we go deeper into the fundamentals, I think it's important that I give you some context. I have a strong belief that when it comes to why a real estate agent has not yet achieved the goals they want, usually it comes down to one of two reasons. Number one, you're not good enough at what you do. And number two, not enough people know about you. And I'm very certain for most of you watching this right now, the problem is probably not number one. The bigger problem is number two. Too few people know that you exist, too few people know what you do, and too few people think about you when they need a real estate agent. And this is where a lot of agents get stuck. They spend all their time trying to become better and better at the craft, but they spend too little time making sure that more people actually know about them. And I get it, because I've been there myself, working my ass off, doing everything I could every single day, trying to become better, trying to perform, trying to win. But I was not seeing the results I wanted. And the reason was quite simple. I was good at what I did, but too few people knew about me. This is what I call for the invincible agent. You can be amazing in the client meeting, you can be great at negotiation, and you can give your sellers a world-class experience. But if only a few people know that you exist, your pipeline will suffer. And this is such an important point, because you can be the best real estate agent in the world, but if none of your potential clients know that you exist, it does not really matter, to be honest. And if you want to win big in this business, you need both. You need to be good at what you do, and people need to know about you. I cannot help you much with number one in this course, but I can absolutely help you with number two. That is what this course is about. So once we understand that, the next question becomes, how do we actually get more potential clients to know that we exist? And to make this simple, I believe there are four main ways to do that as a real estate agent. I call this the core four. On one side, you have the people who already know you. On the other side, you have people who do not yet know you. And then you have two ways of communicating. One-to-one, which is private, and one-to-many, which is public. That gives us four options. The first one is warm outreach. This means reaching out to one-to-one to people who already know you. And this can work, but it's limited because it takes time and it is low leverage because you're still doing it one person at a time. The second one is cold outreach. And this is probably one of the favorites for agents. This is one-to-one, which people do not know you. And in my opinion, this is high friction. Most people do not enjoy doing it. And in general, it takes a lot of time to get one good lead that way. So again, this is not very high leverage. And the third option is paid ads. This is one-to-many, but usually aimed at cold people. People who do not know you yet. Paid ads can work, but it costs a lot of money. And if you're still trying to get attention and trust from cold traffic, so yes, it can work, but it's not my favorite lane. And then we have the fourth option, posting free content. This is social media, this is one-to-many, it helps more people discover you, and it helps people understand who you are, it helps you build trust at scale, and as a side effect of that, it brings more warm leads into your life. And this is the lane we're going to focus on in this course. So if you're someone who absolutely hates social media, and if you already decided that you will never use it, then honestly, this course is probably not for you. But if you want to learn what I believe is the best way in the world, at least to my knowledge, to get more warm leads as a real estate agent, then you are in the right place. So with that said, let's keep going. So if you want to get more warm leads in your life, first we need to take 2 steps back. Because before we talk about content, before we talk about strategy, and before we talk about how to get more people to know about you, you need to understand one important thing. Why do you actually want more warm leads and not just at the surface level? Not just, I want more clients or I want to make more money, because of course you do. But why? What would that actually give you? More freedom, more security, more confidence, a better life for your family, the ability to become one of the best agents in your market, the ability to build the future you actually want. And I know this might sound a little bit deep for a course about getting warm leads, but trust me, this really matters. Because when things get tough, your why becomes your fuel. And let's be honest, building a personal brand is not always easy. Some weeks you will feel like you don't want to post at all. And some posts will not perform well when you have spent hours creating them. And some people will not understand what you're doing. And if your reason for doing this is weak, the likelihood that you quit becomes much higher. No bueno. So that's why your why matters. It gives you a reason to keep on going when motivation is low. It also gives you what I call push motivation. Push motivation is the motivation to move away from the place where you are right now. Maybe you're tired of relying on only referrals. Maybe you're tired of chasing cold leads. Maybe you're tired of feeling invincible in your market. Maybe you know you are better than your current results show. That pain can become fuel. But your why also gives you something to move towards. A bigger vision, a stronger identity, a clearer reason for why you're doing the work. And this is not only important internally, it's also important externally. Because when you build a personal brand, they want to understand who you are, they want to understand what you stand for, and why you care, and why they should even trust you. That is why understanding your why matters so much. I have been obsessed with personal development, success, self-improvement for the last 10 years. I've read over 100 self-improvement books and business books, and one of the most important ideas I've come across is the idea of starting with your why. This concept comes from a guy that's called Simon Sinek. And I think it's the most important thing for business, but probably more life in general. Because if you do not know what you're doing, it's very hard to stay consistent when things get difficult. And consistency is one of the biggest part of winning with social media. So in the workbook, I've created a simple exercise to help you understand your why. It is built around 5 parts: your passions and motivations, your values and beliefs, the impact you want to have, your life and your stories, and your vision and mission. You do not need to answer everything perfectly right now. This is not about writing something fancy or a brand statement. this is about getting clearer. Clearer on what drives you, clearer on what you stand for, clearer on who you want to help, and clearer on what kind of life and business you're trying to build. And clearer on why you're going to keep showing up even when it gets hard. So if you don't have the downloaded workbook yet, you can find it in the link below. I made it for free so you can work along with the course and actually turn this into something practical and get results. And in this section of the workbook, I've also included a link to one of Simon Sinek's best videos on this topic. So if you want to go deeper and you think this sounds fancy and nice, you can watch more about that. So right now, this is what I want you to do. After this section, I want you to pause the video, open the workbook, and write down your answers. It does not have to be perfect, but take it seriously, because this will make the rest of the course much more useful. For now, the key point is simple. If you want to build a strong personal brand, you need to understand why you're building it. Because when your why is clear, your content becomes more meaningful. Your message becomes stronger and your consistency becomes much easier. So start there, understand your why, then we can build everything else on top of that. Now we're getting into one of the most important parts of your personal brand, your story. Because if you want to create warm leads over time, you cannot just be another agent posting the same content as everyone else. You need to become harder to compare, you need to become memorable, you need to become one of one. That is what this section is about. And before we walk into the workbook, I want to explain why this matters. Because if you want to build a personal brand that actually creates warm leads over time, you cannot just copy what everyone else is doing. You cannot just copy the same tips and tricks. You cannot take the same market updates, the same just sold posts, the same polished version of yourself that every other agent is trying to show. Because if you look like everyone else, sounds like everyone else, and say the same things as everyone else, people will treat you like everyone else. And here is the real problem with that. If a seller meets 3 agents and all 3 agents feel the same, what do you think they will compare? The fee. And usually they will choose the cheapest one. Not because they are bad clients, but because they did not give them a clear reason to choose you. And being in a position where you have to compete on price is one of the worst places to be in this business, especially as a real estate agent. Because if the only difference between you and the other agents is the fee, you have become a commodity. And you do not want to be a commodity, because you want to become the obvious choice, you want to be remembered, you want to be hard to compare. That is why being replaceable is such a dangerous place to be in real estate. Because we all know this business is very competitive. There's a lot of agents, a lot of people fighting for the same sellers, the same buyers, the same attention. So if you can put yourself in a position where it becomes much harder to compare and beat you, that is insanely valuable. And the way you do that is by leaning into your story. Who you are, what shaped you, what you believe, what you stand for, what makes you different, and what people should remember about you. There's a quote that I truly love from Naval Ravikant that honestly changed the way I look at personal branding. So he said, if you're building and marketing something that is a direct extension of who you are, no one can compete with you. You become one of one. And that is the easiest way to escape price competition. Not by becoming cheaper, but by becoming more clearly you. Because when you become one of one, you're no longer just another agent on a list. You're not competing only on commission, you're competing on trust, on identity, on connection, on the way people feel about you before they even meet you. And that is when it becomes so much easier to charge what you know deep inside that you are worth. Because people are not just choosing a service, they are choosing you. And that is the secret sauce. You are your greatest selling point, not in an arrogant way, but in a real way. Because when your personal brand is built around who you actually are, it becomes much harder to copy. People can copy your content format, they can try to copy your hooks, your topics that you write about in your posts. even like the editing style you have. But they can't copy your life. They cannot copy your personality. They can't copy the exact looks you have, the experience you have, the values you have, and so on. That is why your story matters. Your story is what makes your brand feel human. And in a world where so much content feels generic and AI and crap, being real is a huge advantage. So when I say create your story, I do not mean that you should invent some fake story. I mean the absolute opposite. I mean that you should discover and organize the story that is already there. Because your story already exists. You just need to understand it clearly enough to use it in your personal brand. So in the workbook, I will guide you through a few questions. And those questions are like, who are you? What do you want to be known for? What has shaped you into the person you are today? What makes you unique? What important moments in your life has changed the way you think? And what kind of identity do you want people to associate with your name? Because that is what personal branding really is. It is the association. When people hear your name, what do they think of? For example, if I say Apple, most people do not only think about phones and computers. They think about premium quality, simple design, innovation, a certain feeling. And that is branding. And as a real estate agent, you want the same thing to happen over time. Not that people think of you as a phone company, of course, but when people hear your name, you want them to associate you with something clear, something positive. Maybe that is trust, maybe it's local expertise, maybe it's high standards, maybe it's honesty, maybe it's calm confidence. Maybe it's being the most ambitious agent in your area. The point is, you want people to make positive associations with you. And the powerful part is that you can influence this over time. Now you might think, how would do that? Well, you do it by pairing yourself again and again with the things you want to be known for. But more on that later. For now, I want you to understand the foundation. Your brands need a story. And to make this easier, I like to think about it in 3 parts. First off, we have the catalyst. Then we have the core truth and the proof. And the catalyst is why your brand even exists. What made you care about this? What do you want to see in the industry that needs to change? What made you feel like I need to show up differently? For example, maybe you see a lot of agents online trying to look perfect. They only show the big wins, the good sales, the luxury side of this life. They really just show the polished side of themselves. And maybe your catalyst is that you want to be the opposite. You want to show the real you want to show the actual journey, and you want to build trust by being honest and not just pretending like everything is perfect. And then you have the core truth. This is the belief behind your story. The thing you believe that your audience needs to understand. In this example, the core truth could be, people do not remember what is perfect. They remember what feels real. And that is a strong belief. And then you have the proof. This is how we show that belief over and over again. Because your story is not only what you say. Your story is what you prove through your actions. So if your brand is about being real, then the proof is that you actually share the ups and downs of your life. You talk about the hard parts of being a real estate agent, you show the process, you show the lessons, you show the truth. And over time, people start to believe you. Because you are not just saying, I'm real, you're actually showing it. Again and again. And that is how a personal brand becomes memorable. The catalyst gives your brands a reason to exist, the core truth gives your brand a belief, and the proof becomes the way people trust you. And when you nail these 3 things, your brand does not just have a story. It has identity. An identity that people actually remember. So your action step here is simple. Go to the workbook, answer the questions in this section. Do not overthink it. Do not try to sound impressive. Just be honest. Because the goal is not to create a perfect story. The goal is to create a real one. And once you understand your story, we can start turning that story into content, trust, and warm leads. And now, before we move into business strategy, I want to zoom out for a second. Because building a personal brand is not just about getting more likes, and it's not just even about getting more leads. It's about building a career and life that you actually want. So in this section, we're going to get clear on where you are going. Because when you know the destination, it becomes much easier to build the road. And that is what this step is all about. Designing your dream life. Because if you're going to use social media, if you're going to build your personal brand, and if you're going to stay consistent over a long period of time, you need to know where you're going. Not perfectly, not 100% set in stone, but you need some kind of direction. Because a personal brand without direction becomes just random content. And a personal brand with direction becomes leverage. And that is what this step is about. Reverse engineering your way to the place you want to be. The goals you want to achieve, the person you want to become, and the life you actually want to build. So the first question is simple. Where are we going? Because if you do not know where we're going, it is very hard to know what you should do today. And this is also very connected to personal branding. Because your dream life is not only about money, it's also about reputation, positioning, skills, habits, and identity. So inside the workbook, I want you to answer a few questions that I feel is very important. So first, what do I want to have happened? In other words, what is the result I actually want? Do I maybe want more listings? Do I want more warm leads? Do I want to become the #1 agent in my area? Maybe it's other things such as I want more freedom. Do you maybe want to build a business that gives you more options? Do I want to make a lot of money? Get clear on what you actually want. Then you should ask yourself, what do I need to be associated with for that to happen? Because if your goal is to become the go-to agent in your area, what do people need to think when they hear your name? Do they need to think a local expert, trustworthy, high standards, very strong negotiator, great with sellers, maybe even a modern agent, hardworking, the obvious choice? This matters because your reputation is not random. It is something you build with time. Then ask, what do I need to do for people to start associating me with that? That is where it becomes very practical. Because if you want to be known as a local expert, you probably need to share some local insights. If you want to be known as trustworthy, you probably need to show how you think, how you work, and how you guide your clients. And if you want to be known as high standard agent, your content, your service, your communication, and your presentation needs to reflect that. Then ask, what do I need to learn to be able to do those things? Maybe you need to become better at writing. Maybe you become better at making videos like this. Maybe even better at storytelling, better at explaining the market, better at building trust online, maybe even better at your structure and consistency. And then there's one more question that I think is very important. What do I not want to be associated with? Because your personal brand is not only about what you want people to think. It is also about what you do not want people to think. And maybe you do not want to be seen as fake. Maybe you don't want to be seen as desperate. Maybe you don't want to be seen as an average agent. You maybe don't want to be seen as the cheapest agent. And that clarity matters a lot. Because when you know what you want to be associated with, and you also know what you don't want to be associated with, it becomes much easier to make decisions. Things as what to post, what not to post, how to show up, what stories to tell, what skills you have to improve, and what kind of agent you are becoming. So that is the first part of this exercise, getting clear on where you are going. But then I want to make it even more visual, because sometimes your goals can be a little bit abstract. You can write, I want to make more money, or I want more freedom, but that does not really always create a strong emotional pull. So in the workbook, I've included a dream life exercise. And to be honest, this is one of my favorite exercises. So the idea is very simple. You can fill in a few details about yourself, such as your background, your current lifestyle, your dream life in 5 to 10 years, your family and relationships, your lifestyle, and what a perfect future we could look like. Then you copy that into ChatGPT, and ChatGPT will help you turn it into a clear visual description of your dream life, almost like a movie scene from your future. How you wake up, how you live, what your work looks like, who you're with, what your day feels like, what you no longer have to deal with, and what kind of life you're building towards. This might sound a little funny, but it can be very, very powerful. I've done it myself and I really like it. Because when you can see the future clearly, it becomes easier to work for it today. It gives you fuel, it gives you direction, and it reminds you why small actions today matters. Because posting content is not just about posting content. Learning storytelling is not just about learning storytelling. All of these things are bricks that you have to put in order to get yourself where you want to be. You can see it as bricks in the future life you're building. So the action step here is simple. Go to the workbook, answer the questions, where are we going? Then do the dream life exercise, fill in the template that I've given you, paste it into ChatGPT, and read what comes back. And when you read it, pay attention. Is this something that really feels right? Does it excite you? Does it make you want to take action? Does it feel like a life worth building? Because that's the point. We're not just building a personal brand for likes. We're building a personal brand to create more trust, more warm leads, more opportunities, more income, and ultimately a better life. So start by getting clear on where you are going, because once you know the destination, it becomes much easier to build the road. Now we're moving from identity into business, because once you know who you are, what you stand for, and where you're going, you need to understand one of the most fundamental rules of business that controls how much money you make and how much you can make as a real estate agent. And most real estate agents do not understand this rule. And this rule is what I call the banana principle. And yeah, it's a very funny word, but let me explain. Most real estate agents are not getting enough warm leads and are not getting the success they believe they deserve because they do not understand one of the most fundamental rules of business. And I know this sounds very dramatic, but this rule changed the way I look at money, business, real estate, and personal branding. And I've been in the real estate industry for 8 years, and I worked as a real estate agent for 5 years, and I've been absolutely obsessed with one thing: how to become as successful as possible and how to make as much money as possible for a very, very long time. And one of the most important things I've learned myself is the banana principle. So if you want more warm leads in your life and you want to make a lot more money as a real estate agent, you have to understand this rule. Let me explain. Imagine two scenarios. Scenario number one, you're sitting here and you have 10 bananas and you have 100 people who want those bananas. What happens? Prices go up. Scenario number two, you have 10 bananas, but you only have one person who wants one banana. What happens? Prices goes down. In fancy terms, this is what's called supply and demand, but I like to keep it simple. So when more people want something than there is available, prices go up. When fewer people want something than there is available, prices go down. And this is not only true for bananas, this is true when you sell a home, because think like this: if you have 100 people who want the home, the price usually goes up. But if no one wants the home, the price usually goes down a lot. And the exact same principle applies to you as a real estate agent, because you also have supply. Your supply is your time, your energy, your capacity, the number of clients you can actually help at a high level. And if very few people want to work with you, but you have a lot of available capacity, then your confidence goes down. Your pricing power goes down as well, and you are much more likely to compete on fee with other agents. But if way more people want to work with you than you can actually handle, everything changes. Your confidence goes up, your pricing power goes up, your standards go up as well. And you can start choosing who you want to work with. This is why warm leads are so important. Not only because they can become clients, but because they can create demand around you. And demand gives you options. Let me give you a simple example. Imagine that the absolute number of homes you can sell in a year is around 70 without burning out. So let's say that's your capacity. That's your version of having 70 bananas. Now imagine that only 10 people want to sell their home with you this year. You can technically help 70 people, but you only have 10 people who want to work with you. In that position, do you feel extremely confident charging a very high fee? Probably not, because you know that your year almost depends on signing those 10 clients. So what usually happens? You become more flexible, you start competing on price, you try to do whatever you can to win the client. And in that scenario, your fee usually goes down. Now imagine a different scenario. You still have capacity for 70 homes in a year, but now you have 700 people who want to sell their home with you. What happens? First of all, you cannot help everyone. You have to say no to 630 people. And what is one of the easiest way to do that? Well, you increase your price by a lot, because now demand is much higher than supply. And when you're in that position, you make a ton of more money. You have more control, you can choose better clients, you can protect your time, and you can run your business from a position of strength instead of desperation, which is a place many agents operate from, unfortunately. That is the position every serious agent should want to be in. And that is exactly why we're building your personal brand. Not for likes, not for ego, not to look cool online. We're doing it to create more demand around you. More trust, more conversations, and more warm leads, and ultimately, more better pricing power. The goal is not to chase clients. The goal is to create so much demand that clients start chasing you. So to summarize, if you have low demand and high capacity, your fee usually goes down. But if you have high demand and limited capacity, your fees can go up a lot. So the goal is simple. We do not want to be the agent who is chasing every client. We want to become the agent that more people want to work with than we actually can handle. That is the banana principle. And this course is designed to help you move closer to that position. Now that you understand the banana principle, the next question is obvious. How do we create more demand around you as a real estate agent? Because it is one thing to say more people need to want to work with me, but how do we actually make that happen? And the answer is free content. But not because content is trendy, not because everyone is talking about social media, and not because you need to become an influencer. Free content wins because free content gives you leverage. So now that we understand the banana principle, we know what we're trying to create. We want more people wanting the service we provide, then we have the capacity to provide it. Because when demand is higher than capacity, everything changes. Your confidence changes, your pricing power changes, your options change, and your business change. But in order to make that happen, we need to understand the basics. How do we actually create more demand around us as real estate agents? And if you remember from earlier, there are 4 main ways that you can create more leads by yourself. And to repeat, warm outreach, cold outreach, paid ads, and posting free content. And now we might ask, why is posting free content the one we should focus on? And I would say a very good question. Because if you are going to do something seriously and you're going to commit to doing this, you need to understand why it works. And the reason free content wins comes down to one big thing: leverage. because leverage is what allows one piece of content to reach hundreds or thousands of potential clients of yours. And when you understand leverage, you start to see social media very differently. Not as entertainment, not as a fame machine, but as one of the most powerful business tools you have as a real estate agent. So first, we need to understand what leverage actually means. So leverage is basically this: getting more results from the same amount of effort, or even simpler, doing something once and getting value from it many times. There are different types of leverage. So to make this very basic, I'm going to explain the different ones that exist. So the first one is labor. Labor is when someone spends their time doing a task. For example, you could cold call people to find someone who wants to sell. That's you spending your time, you make the calls, and maybe you get a lead. This can work, but as you might understand, this is very low leverage, because when you stop calling, the work stops as well. So you're really trading your time for results. Then the second way of leverage we have is capital, and this one is better. And capital is when you use money instead of your own time. Example, you pay someone else to make the calls for you, or you pay for flyers, or you pay for ads. This gives you more leverage than doing everything yourself, but it costs money. And if it does not work, it can become very expensive fast. And then we have code. Code is things like software, apps, tools, systems. You build something once and people can use it again and again. That is very high leverage. But for most real estate agents, code is probably not the simplest way to get more warm leads in your life. At least not in the beginning. And then we have media. Media is things like TV shows, movies, news, podcasts, YouTube videos like this one, Instagram posts, LinkedIn posts, TikToks, and this is what we're going to talk about in this course. Media is extremely high leverage because you can create one piece of content once and it can be consumed by hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of people, even millions if everything goes very south, without you doing the work again. And you can record once, you post it, and that video can work for you while you're sleeping, while you're in the meetings, while you're at the gym, while you are with your family. That is leverage. You do the work once, but the content can keep building trust again and again. And this is why social media is so powerful for real estate agents, because it allows you to scale trust. You can take one idea, one story, one lesson, one market insight, and share it with many people at the same time. That is something cold calling can never do. If you call one person, you reach one person. But if you post one strong piece of content, it can reach hundreds or thousands. That is a completely different game. And moving forward, this is how I want you to think. We want you to work in ways that gives you the most results for the least amount of effort. And not because we're lazy, but because we are smart. This is how you can create 10 years of progress in one single year. So how do we actually do that? I like to think about it in a few simple steps. Step 1. Identify your goal. In this case, the goal is very clear. You want more warm leads in your life, and I'm guessing that is probably why you're watching this course. Step number 2. Identify levers. A lever is simply something you can do to create the results you want. So if the goal is more leads, what are the things you could do to get that? Well, as we know by now, you could make cold calls, you could send out flyers, you can pay for ads, you could call old buyers, you could ask previous clients for referrals, you could even follow up with people from open houses, you could send warm messages, you could post free content. As you know, there are many different levers we could be pulling to get ourselves to the destination we want to be, or rather say, achieve the goals we want to be achieving. But most of them fit inside the 4 buckets we already talked about. So we have cold outreach, we have warm outreach, we have paid ads, and posting free content. So these are the different things we could be pulling to get ourselves one step closer to the goals we have. And now step number 3 is to identify the asymmetrical levers. And this is the important part. An asymmetric lever is something that can give you a lot more upside than downside. So in simple words, what gives you the most results for the least effort? That's the asymmetrical lever. Because not all lead generation activities are equal, so I just want to sit here with you and compare a few. First out, where everyone knows, cold calling. On a leverage scale from 1 to 100, cold calling might be around 10. You're reaching out to people who probably do not know you, and you usually do not know if they want to sell. And it takes a lot of time, but this can work. But it's high effort and usually very low leverage. And then we can take another one. We have flyers. So maybe flyers are a 20 out of 100. So they can create some top of mind effect if you do them consistently in the same area, but they do cost money. And often the message is something like, "Hi, I sold an apartment. Contact me if you want a valuation." And yes, that can work sometimes, but it's still not very strong leverage. You're really spending money to get attention, and the connection is usually not very deep with those people you reach. Then we can have another one. We have warm outreach. Maybe that is a 30 out of 100. Warm outreach is good because you're speaking with people who already know you. There's already some kind of relationship there, but the list is usually limited. You can only know a certain number of people. And when that list is done, you need another way to create new attention. It also still takes time. One message, one call, one person at a time. So it can work, but it does not scale that well. And then we have posting free content. And I'm not gonna sit here and brag, but over time, this can be 100 out of 100 because it can be very low cost, very high leverage, and high reward. So let's say that you could spend 30 minutes creating one strong piece of content, and that one post can potentially reach hundreds of thousands of people that is your potential clients. It's free to publish, it can build trust, it can make people remember you, it can make people understand how you think, it can make people feel like they already know you. And over time, it can create warm leads. So let me make this even simpler. Cold calling, 30 minutes spent, maybe 30 people reached. Warm outreach, 30 minutes spent, maybe 5 to 15 people reached. Flyers, money spent, maybe a few hundred people reached. Posting free content, you spend the same 30 minutes and the potential to reach thousands of people. So I think by now you understand the difference in leverage here. And if you want more people to know that you exist, you need to make sure that the time you spend create the most leverage possible. That is why I see social media as a business tool, not as a fame machine, not as something only influencers use, not as something you can only do to good look online. I see it as a tool for creating attention, trust, conversations, and warm leads. And now you might be thinking, okay, I get it. But what is the actual goal? The goal is not to become famous so you can sit down and relax. The goal is not to become an influencer. The best case scenario is the following. Every single potential client in your market know that you exist. And a lot of them feel like they already have some kind of relationship with you before they even contact you. That's the goal. Because when that happens, you get a lot more warm leads. You create more demand and you make more money as a consequence. So this is the fundamental equation. There are 4 ways to create more leads. Posting free content is the highest leverage one. Social media lets you scale trust, and when you scale trust, you create more warm leads. And when you create more warm leads, you create more demand, and that's the game. So now that you understand why posting free content is so powerful, the next step is to understand one of the biggest mindset shifts in the whole course. You need to stop seeing social media as only something that you consume and start seeing it as something you produce. So that is what we're going to talk about now. So now that you understand why free content is so powerful, we need to talk about one of the most important mindset shifts in this whole course, going from being a consumer to being a producer. And what I mean by this is very, very simple. Most people spend a lot of time on social media consuming every single day. They are scrolling, they are watching, they're reading, they're checking out what other people are doing. In other words, you're consuming. And there is nothing wrong with consuming some content. You can learn from it, you can get inspiration from it, you can understand what really works. But if you are only consuming and not producing at all, social media will not build your business. It will only be a distraction. And that is the shift we need to make. Instead of spending most of your time consuming content, you need to start using that same time to produce instead. You should be writing, you should record, to share ideas, to tell stories, to build trust, and to create something that can actually bring warm leads into your life. And this is why I love this mindset, because it removes the excuse of time. Most agents say, I don't have the time to create content, but many of those same agents still spends time scrolling every day. So the real question is not always, do I have time? The real question is, what I'm going to do with the time I already spent on social media. So before this course, maybe that time was spent on things that did not bring you more warm leads. Moving forward, we're using the same time very differently. We're going to use it in a way that can build your brand, build trust, and create more warm leads over time. So do not open social media to escape your business. Open social media to build your business. So for most people watching this, I would guess your social media split looks something like this. 95% consuming and 5% producing. Maybe even 100% consuming. And again, no judgment. That is very normal. And that is how most people use social media. But if you want social media to become a real business tool, that ratio has to change. The dream scenario would be to flip it. Instead of 95% consuming and 5% producing, you move it toward 95% producing and 5% consuming. That is the absolute best case scenario. But also, let's be realistic. For most people, that will not happen overnight. And not even for myself, if I'm being honest, I'm probably around 50-50. So 50% consuming, 50% producing. And I actually think that is a great place to start. Because if you want to go from almost only consuming to spending half of your time social media producing, that is a massive shift. You're no longer just using social media for entertainment, you're using it as a business tool. And this is where things start to change, because every time you choose to produce instead of consume, you're creating a possible asset, a post that can reach someone, a video that can build trust, a story that can make someone remember you, even a lesson that can make future sellers think, this person knows what they are talking about. That's the difference. Consumers spend time, producers build assets. And if you want more warm leads in your life as a real estate agent, you need to become a producer. Not perfectly, not all the time, but consistently enough that your market starts seeing you, hearing you, and trusting you. So from now on, I want you to ask yourself one simple question when you open social media. Am I here to produce or am I here to consume? That's the question alone that can change the way you think about the platform and how you use it. And over time, it can change your business. So here is a simple challenge. For the next 7 days, before you scroll, create something first. It does not have to be perfect. It can be one post, it can be one short video, one story, one lesson, one market insight, one honest thought from your day as a real estate agent. But make sure that before you consume, you create first. That's how you really start going from being a consumer to be a producer. And that is how social media starts becoming a tool for your business instead of just another distraction. Now we need to understand what we're really building with all this content, because we're not posting just to post, we're not just creating content just to be active, we're using content to build something very specific. your personal brand. And to understand personal branding, we first need to understand what is branding. So let's make it simple. Branding is basically what people think and feel when they hear your name. So what do they associate you with? What do they believe about you? What do they remember about you? And a simple way to say it is this. Branding equals what people associate with you. And as a real estate agent, this matters a lot. Because when potential clients hear your name, they can be in one of four places. First, they know who you are, but they don't think that you're good. And that is obviously not the place we want to be. And second, they do not know who you are, and they would not think that you are good if they did. Also, not a great place to be. Third, they do not know who you are, but if they did, they would probably think that you are great. This is what we talked about earlier. The invincible agent. You might be good, you might care, you might give clients a world-class experience, but too few people know that yet. And honestly, I think this is where many real estate agents are. They're not bad agents, they are just invincible. No one knows they rock. And then we have the fourth place. This is where we want to go. People, they know who you are and they know that you are great. This is the top right corner. That is good branding, that is the goal, because when your potential clients know who you are and they associate you with trust, competence, quality, and results, you're in a much stronger position. You're no longer just a random agent, you become someone they remember, someone they trust, someone they are more likely to contact when the time is right. And that is why personal branding matters. Now, in my eyes, branding and personal branding are basically the same thing. The difference is very simple. Branding is usually connected to companies or products. Things like bags, glasses, shoes, cars, phones, clothes, whatever, right? Personal branding is the same idea, but for a person. That is why it's called personal branding. So instead of people thinking that car brands feel premium or that clothing brand feels high quality, they think that agent feels trustworthy, that agent knows his area, that agent is serious, that agent seems very different, or even that agent seems like a person I want to work with. And that is personal branding. It's the associations people make with you over time. And the ultimate goal is simple. We want every potential client in your market to know who you are and to know that you are great at what you do. Not because you tell them once, but because you show them again and again through your content. You show them how you think, you show them how you work, and you show them what you believe. And over time, that creates the right associations. This is very important because your brand is not built by one post. It's built by repetition. Again and again, people see you connected to the same qualities. Trust, expertise, local knowledge, high standards, honesty, confidence, and so on. So whatever you want to be known for, and after enough repetitions, those associations starts to stick. That is branding. So if you're currently in the bottom right corner where you're good but not enough people know about it yet, do not worry. That is exactly what we're going to fix in this course. We're going to use your personal brand to move you from no one knows you rock to everyone knows you rock. Or at least as many of your potential clients as possible that knows you are good. Because when that happens, everything becomes easier. More people remember you, more people trust you, more people think of you first, and more people reach out when it's time to sell. That is why branding matters. So the simple takeaway is this. Branding is what people associate with you. Personal branding is what people associate with you as a person. And our goal is to make sure that your potential clients associate your name with the things that make them want to choose you. So smart things are trust, expertise, quality, and results. Now that we understand what branding is, we need to talk about something very important before we move into strategy. Expectations. Because if you have the wrong expectation going into this, there's a big chance you quit too early. And that would be a big mistake. Before we move into the strategy section, I think it's very important that we set the right expectations. Because what we are talking about here is powerful. But it's not magic. The absolute best case scenario would be this. Every single potential client in your market knows that you exist. They know what you do. They trust you. They believe you are the best person to help them when it's time to use your service. They reach out to you not because you chase them, but because you became the obvious choice in their mind. That's the absolute dream. 100% of your market knows you, 100% of your market trusts you, and when they need the service you provide, they want to work with you. Now, of course, that is the perfect scenario. Will every single person in your market only want to work with you? Probably not, but that's the direction we're going after. So that is what we're moving towards, and what I'm sharing in this course is the best way I know to get there. After years of trial and error and over 100 plus hours researching, studying, thinking, doing everything I can to understand this topic. And this is the best blueprint I know for getting as many warm leads as possible as a real estate agent. And not only is getting more leads, but building the kind of personal brand that helps you charge more per sale. Because if more people want to work with you and people trust you more before they even meet you, you're in a much stronger position. So think about the vision like this. 10 times more warm leads, 3 times stronger pricing power. That's the vision. More trust, more demand, higher fees, more sold home, more money earned per sale. That is what this can lead to. But achieving this will not be easy. And I want to be honest about that. I'm not sitting here and promising you that if you watch this course once, you will magically get warm leads on autopilot and charge so much it hurts. Because this course gives you the blueprint. Your consistency creates the results. But if you do put in the work, if you apply what I'm teaching, if you stay consistent, if you keep improving, then this can become one of the biggest advantages in your entire career. But if you just want everything handed to you on a silver platter and you don't have to do any work at all, well, I'm sorry to say it, but this is not for you. There's one thing I do believe though. If there's one thing in the world that can maximize the chances of creating a strong flow of warm leads as a real estate agent, this is the best bet I know. Building a personal brand, posting free content, building trust at scale, staying top of mind, creating deep connections, and becoming the obvious choice before people even meet you. That's the game. But again, if you take no action on this, nothing happens. No action, no results. But if you work hard, if you do the things outlined in this course, and if you stay patient, and if you keep going when most people quit, then I believe it's just a matter of time before you start moving closer to the goals you have. Period. And the best mindset you can have moving forward is this. No fixed time frame, only the goal. You work as hard as you can every single day, and you stay as patient as you can. And you accept that it will take as long as it takes. Because the timeline is not always fully in your control. Your market matters, your starting point matters, your skill level matters, your consistency matters, your content quality matters, etc. But the direction is in your control. And the work is in your control as well. That is what you are going to focus on. I cannot promise exactly how long it will take, but I can promise you this. If you seriously apply what I'm teaching in this course, you will have a much better chance of getting more warm leads than you have today. That's my promise from me to you. But the work is yours. So now that you understand the fundamentals, and now that we have the right expectations, let's move into strategy. Now we're moving into the strategy. So if you're watching this right now and you think, I understand why this matters. I understand warm leads, I understand personal branding, I understand why trust matters, but how do I actually turn all of this into a system? Perfect, because that is exactly what we're going to talk about right now. So this is where the course moves from foundation into the actual strategy for creating more warm leads. Because it's one thing to understand that social media is powerful, it's one thing to understand that personal branding matters, it is one thing to understand that trust creates warm leads, but now we need to make it practical. We need a system, we need a simple way to understand how all of this works together. And that is what I call the ABC method. So if you're watching this right now and thinking, okay, I get it, but how do I actually get more warm leads? This section is for you. Over the years, I've spent, $10,000 building my own personal brand. I've spent a huge amount of time of my free time thinking, testing, refining one thing. How do real estate agents use social media to get more warm leads? And after all, I built a system for it and I call it the ABC method. And in this section, I'm going to walk you through exactly what this is. So let's start with the big goal. The ultimate goal here is to make sure that as many of your potential clients as possible know that you exist and think of you first when it's time to sell. That is the goal. When a person in your market needs the type of service you provide, you want there to be one name in their head. Your name. Because the goal is just not to get noticed, the goal is to get chosen. And when that happens, you do not just get leads, you get warm leads. And there's a huge difference between a normal lead and a warm lead. A normal lead is more like, meh, maybe. A warm lead is like, hey, I'm over here, pick me. And that is the type of lead we want. Not someone who barely knows who you are. Not someone who sees you as one of 5 random agents. Not someone who is only comparing fees. We want the type of person who already knows you, already trusts you, and already feels like you are the right person before they even reach out. That is a warm lead. And that is what makes this whole thing so powerful. Because when someone already knows you and trusts you before reaching out, the whole sales process gets a lot easier. The conversation gets easier, the meeting gets easier, and usually your pricing power gets stronger too. So how do we create more of those people? That is where the ABC method comes in. The ABC method stands for this: attract, build trust, and C, convert. Simple. First, we want to attract as many of your potential clients as possible. That means getting more of the right people to know that you exist. Then we want to build trust with them, because attention alone is not enough. People need to trust you, they need to understand how you think, how you work, what you stand for, and why you are good, and why you are the right choice. And then finally, we want to convert that attention and trust into real business opportunities. And I want to be clear here. Convert does not mean this course magically replaces your skill in the client meeting. You still need to be good when you meet the client. You still need to understand their needs. You still need to, communicate well. You still need to show why you're the right person for the job. But the goal of the ABC method is to make that meeting so much more easy. Because when the client already knows you, they already trust you, and already see you as the obvious choice, you're not starting from zero. That is the method. Attract, build trust, convert. And the beautiful part is this: when you do A and B well, C becomes a whole lot easier. Because now you're not trying to convince a stranger to work with you, you're speaking with someone who already feels connected to you. Someone who already has trust, someone who's already leaning in. And that is why this works. So moving forward, I want you to see everything in this course throughout that lens. So ask yourself, is this helping me attract? Is this helping me build trust? Is this helping me convert? Because that's the full game. And now that you understand the ABC method at a high level, let's jump into the first step, which is attract. So the first step in the ABC method is attract. And as I said earlier in this course, I have a fundamental belief that most real estate agents are not bad at what they do. The bigger problem is that too few people know that they exist. Too few people know that they're good, and too few people know that they rock. And if people do not know that you exist, well, we have a big problem. They can't trust you, they can't contact you, and they definitely cannot become warm leads. And that is why the first step is called attract. Because before we can build trust, before we can convert, before we even can get more warm leads, we need to get more potential clients into your world. I want you to look at this in the simple graph. For many agents watching this, not everyone, but for many of you, this is probably close to your reality today. Maybe only 2 to 5% of your potential clients actually know that you exist. Maybe even less. And that is a huge problem. Because if only a tiny percentage of your market knows that you exist, then only a tiny percentage of your market can think of you when it's time to sell. So the goal with attract is to change that. We want you to go from maybe 2 to 5% of your potential clients that know that you exist to 30%, 40%, and maybe even 50% or more over time. And I think about what that would mean for you. If today only 5% of your potential clients know that you exist, and if in the future 50% know that you exist, do you think you will get more leads by that? Of course. Because more people knowing about you creates more opportunities, more conversations, more trust, and eventually more warm leads. That is why attention is so important. Not attention for ego, not attention because we want to become famous, but attention because people cannot choose you if they do not know you exist. So the question becomes, how do we get more potential clients to know that you exist? And the answer, as we talked about earlier, is by posting free content on social media. Because if you remember the core 4, there are 4 main ways that you can create more leads by yourself. Let's take them again. Cold outreach, warm outreach, paid ads, and posting free content. And for the type of business we're building here, posting free content is the highest leverage way to attract more potential clients into your world. Now, later in this course, I will give you a crystal clear action plan. What to post, how often to post, what types of content to create, and how to make it sustainable over time. But for now, I just want you to understand the first part of the ABC method. Attract means getting more of the right people to know that you exist. That is really step number 1. But attention alone is not enough. Because just because someone knows you exist does not mean that they trust you. And if they do not trust you, they will probably not choose you either. So the next step in the ABC method is this. Build trust. So now that we understand the first step in the ABC method, attract, getting more of the right people to know that you exist, but here is the important part. Attention, as I said before, is not enough. Because if every single potential client in your market knows that you exist, but they do not trust you, that's not the best place to be at. Awareness without trust does not create warm leads. It just creates attention. And attention by itself does not pay the bills. So step number 2 is really build trust. Because once more people know that you exist, we need to make sure that more of those people also start trusting you. Because trust does not usually happen instantly. Trust is built over time, post by post, story by story, lesson by lesson, and insight by insight. So the big question is, how do we actually build trust? One useful idea I have come across is that people often need to spend a significant amount of time with you before they feel ready to buy from you. There's a concept often talked about in the marketing that says people need around 7 hours with you before they seriously consider buying what you offer. And I freaking love that idea because it makes trust practical. It means that the goal with social media is not only to reach people once, it is to create enough valuable touch points that people spend real time with you. They read your posts, they watch your videos, they listen to your thoughts, they see how you work, they understand how you think, they get a feeling of who you are. And over time, that builds trust. So the main purpose of using social media is not just to make sure your potential clients know that you exist, it is to maximize the chance that they spend time with you. Ideally, hours of time. Because the more time the right people spend with your content, the more familiar you become. The more trust you build, and the easier it becomes for them to think of you first when it's time to sell. That is why long-form content is powerful. That is why consistency is powerful, and that is why showing up again and again is powerful. Because every piece of content is another small trust deposit. A post can be a trust deposit, a video can be that, a story can be a trust deposit as well. And if you make enough trust deposits over time, people start to feel like they know you before they even meet you. And that is where social media start becoming extremely powerful. Because now you're not just a random agent, you're someone they have spent time with. Someone they have learned from, someone they have started to trust, and that is exactly what creates warm leads. Now, later in this course, we will go much deeper into how to actually build trust with your content. What to post, what stories to tell, what kind of value to share, and how to make people feel connected to you over time. But for now, I want you to understand the second part of the ABC method. Build trust means getting more of the right people to spend time with you, understand you, and trust you before they ever need your service. That is step number 2. Trust alone is though not the final goal, because at some point we want to turn that attention and trust into real business opportunities. And that brings us to the last part of the ABC method, and that is convert. So now we understand the first 2 parts of the ABC method. First, we have attract. That means getting more of your potential clients to know that you exist. Then we have build trust. That means getting more of those people to spend more time with you, understand how you think, and start trusting you before they ever need your service. But then we come into the third part, convert. Because it is not enough for people to know you, and it's not enough for people to trust you, because at some point we need that attention and trust to turn into real business opportunity. That is what convert means. Convert equals to turn attention and trust into warm leads. And then when they reach out, you still need to do your job, you still need to be good in the meeting, you still need to understand their situation. You still need to show why you are the right person to help them. But the goal of this method is to make that part so much easier. Because now they're not just reaching out to a cold stranger, they're reaching out to a warm lead. Someone who already knows you, someone who already trusts you, and someone who already feel like you might be the right person for them. So how do we help more people convert into warm leads? We use something that is called a CTA. A CTA stands for call to action. And a call to action is very simple. It answers one question. What should they do next? You see this everywhere in marketing. And in real estate, one of the most common examples is a flyer. Maybe you have sent out flyers that just says, I sold your neighbor's apartment for a great price. And then in the end, it says, if you want a free evaluation, call me. That is the CTA in this example, and it's the sentence that says, call me. That is the action you want the person to take. That is a CTA. In my eyes, very simple. You're telling them, if this is relevant for you, here is the next step. And that is the important part, because sometimes people might trust you, they might like your content, they might even think about selling, but if you never give them a clear step, they might not take action. So the job of a CTA is not to be pushy, it is not to beg, it's not to scream, work with me right now and be desperate. The job of a CTA is to make the next step clear for the right person at the right time. So when you think about CTAs, think CTA, call to action. What should they do next? And in this course, we're going to use CTAs in 2 main places. First, in the ads we will use on social media. And second, in the email newsletter we will create. More on both of those later. But for now, I want you to understand the principle. If attract gets people into your world and build trust makes them trust you, then convert gives them a clear path to take action when they are ready. That is the full ABC method. So we have attract, we have build trust, we have convert. Or said as one simple equation. Attract plus build trust plus convert equals the ABC method. But now we need to understand how all of this works together as a system. Because these three parts should not be random. They should work together in harmony. So now let me introduce you to the system that makes this simple. The ABC engine. This next section is one of the most important parts of the entire course. Because the ABC method explains the strategy, attract, build trust, convert, but the ABC engine shows you how the whole thing actually works in real life. This is where organic content, ads, newsletters, CTAs, trust videos, and client meetings all connect into one simple system. So pay close attention here, because once you understand the engine, you will understand the entire game. So now we understand the ABC method, attract, build trust, convert, but the ABC method is the method. And as I just said before, we really need to dive into the ABC engine. So this is what the engine looks like. And the fuel for the entire engine is organic content. So organic content means the free content you post on social media. It's your posts, it's your videos, it's your stories, it's your market updates, it's your lessons, thoughts, your personality, it's your personal brand. That is the fuel. Without organic content, the engine can't run and you will get 0 warm leads. Because the organic content is what helps you attract new potential clients. It helps you more people to know that you exist. It helps people spend time with you and it helps them understand how you think. And over time, it helps you build trust. So the better you become at posting free content and building your personal brand, the more powerful this engine becomes. So let me explain how the ABC engine works. Someone sees your free content on social media, maybe on Instagram, maybe on YouTube. They find what you're saying is very interesting. They watch what you do, they read, they start to recognize you. Maybe they even start to follow you. And at this stage, your organic content has done its job. It has attracted them into your world. And then after a while, they see one of your ads. And this is the first step inside the ABC engine. But when I say ad, I do not mean some weird, aggressive, salesy ad. I mean something very simple. You take a piece of content that you have already posted before, a post or a video that has performed well, and you turn that into an ad. But here is the important part. You only show that ad to people who already know you. People who follow you, people who have engaged with your content, people who have already spent some time with you. So this is not cold advertising. This is warm advertising. And that is a very big difference. To make it super simple, you create a post on social media for free. That post performs well. Then you take that exact same post or the same idea that you had and you turn that into an ad. The difference is that the first time you posted it for free and the second time you pay money to show it again to the right people. But now the ad has a CTA. As we know before, CTA stands for call to action. And the goal of the ad is simple. To get the person to take the next step. Usually, the next step is to get something valuable from you. Maybe it's a guide, maybe it's a checklist, maybe it's a market update, maybe a valuation resource, maybe even something else that can be very useful for your potential clients. And in order for them to get anything, they have to give your email to you. And this is the very important part, because once you have their email address, they move from just being someone who follows you on social media into your warm audience, your community, your email newsletter. So in the ABC engine, you can think about it like this. The ad that convert followers into email subscribers. So the newsletter is the nurture part of the engine. This is where a lot of warm leads creation happens. Because now you're no longer only hoping that the algorithm shows them your content, you have a more direct line to them. So you can show up in their inbox, you can keep building trust, you can keep educating, you can keep showing them how you think, and you can stay top of mind. And every week you send out valuable emails to the people in your newsletter. Not spam, not random sales messages, real value. Useful thoughts, helpful insights, stories, lessons, things that make them trust you more. So the newsletter is a place for nurture and build trust. And then once in a while, you send an email with a clear CTA, a clear next step. For example, if you're thinking about selling and if you want to understand your current market value, if you want help with your next move, then here is what to do. Reply to this email, book a call, request a valuation, whatever the next step is. And when someone answers that email, now you have a warm lead. Not just a random lead, a warm lead. Because this person has probably seen your content, they have clicked on your ad, they have given you their email, they have received your newsletter, they have spent time with your thoughts. And now they're raising their hand. And that is a very different type of lead. So CTA, that's convert subscribers into warm lead. Now your job is to book a client meeting with them. Just like you normally would do when you get a lead. So I don't think I have to explain this. But we still want to maximize the chances that they pick you. So before the client meeting, we add one more trust layer. And that's what I call for a trust video. And I will explain exactly how to create this later in this course, but the purpose of the trust video is simple. It is the final trust deposit before you meet them. It is your chance to help them feel even more confident that you are the right person for them. Even if they already consumed a lot of your content, the video becomes the last piece of the puzzle before the meeting. It helps tilt the odds in your favor. So, trust video equals the final trust deposit. Then we come to the final part of the engine, the offer. This is the client meeting. This is where you do your thing. This is where you present. This is where you listen. And this is where you understand their situation. So this is where you show why you are the right agent. This is where it's up to you to win the business. So offer equals the client meeting. Because I want to be very clear. The ABC method does not replace your skill as a real estate agent. You still need to be good. You still need to deliver. You still need to communicate well. You still need to handle the meeting. But what the ABC method really does, it maximizes the chances that the client already wants to choose you before the meeting even starts. And that is insanely valuable. Because the hardest part of being a real estate agent, and believe me, I've done this for 5 years, is not doing the job. It's getting enough good opportunities. Enough warm leads, enough people who already trust you, enough people who actually want to speak with you. So if you get a strong flow of warm leads every single week, now the game changes. Now your job becomes simpler. Book the meeting, show up prepared, and do what you already know how to do. I like to think about it like football. Imagine you're on a football field, you're the striker, there are 11 opponents in front of you. This is what it feels like when you're trying to win a cold client. It's not impossible, but it's very hard. So there's friction everywhere. But in the ABC method, it's designed to remove as many of those opponents as possible before you meet the client. So by the time you meet the client, they already know you, they already trust you, and they already understand how you think. They already feel connected to you somehow. So instead of having 11 opponents in front of you, it's almost like an open goal. You still have to take the shot, you can still miss the net, but the likelihood of scoring is much, much higher. That is the whole point. I cannot kick the ball in the net for you, but I can help you make the shot as easy as possible. That is the whole goal with the system. And the reason this works so well is because we're using leverage. We're not trying to manually convince one cold person at a time. We're building an engine. Organic content attracts people and builds trust. Ads convert warm attention into email subscribers. The newsletter nurtures those people over time, and strong CTAs convert some of them into warm leads. The trust video increases the trust before the meeting, and then the client meeting becomes your chance to convert that opportunity into real business. And the best part of this engine is that every single step, it makes the lead warmer. We're not wasting all of our time and money trying to convince ice cold people who have no idea of who you are to work with you. So that is exactly what your competitors can keep on doing. They're flushing money down the toilet while you are using it for the right things. So we're really playing a different game here. We are creating content first. We're building trust first. We're letting people spend time with us first. Then we run ads to the people who already know us. Then we bring them into our newsletter. Then we nurture them. Then we give them a clear next step when the timing is right. And for every step in this process, as you have understood by now, they become warmer and warmer. So let me show you what I mean. So the first time a potential client of yours sees you on Instagram, they might be cold. They do not know you yet. Then they see you again and again and again. Maybe they like a post, maybe they watch a video, maybe they start to follow you. Now they are a little warmer. Then they see your ad, they click, they give you their email. Now they're even warmer. Then they start receiving your newsletter, they read your thoughts, they learn from you, they start to understand the way you think, they start to trusting you more. Now they're even warmer. Then one day they start thinking about selling. They see one of your emails with a clear CTA, they reply. You talk on the phone, you book the meeting, you send the trust video, and by the time you meet them, they are not cold, as many others are. They are very, very warm. And that is the whole point. Because imagine meeting a potential client who has spent 10 hours with your content, and then compare that to another agent they have spoke with for 10 minutes on the phone. How is your competitor supposed to compete with that? That is the power of this system. And honestly, it almost feels like cheating, but in a good way, because all you are doing is building trust before the meeting. You're showing up, you're educating, you're helping, you're staying top of mind, and you're making it easier for people to choose you. And I would much rather be the agent using the ABC method and the ABC engine than the agent competing against someone who is using it well. Because using the ABC method and the ABC engine is really about doing everything you can as a real estate agent to maximize the chance that they pick you as their agent. Not by pressure, not by manipulation, not by being a fake person, but by building real trust before they ever sit down with you. So, to summarize the ABC engine, organic content is the fuel. It attracts potential clients and builds trust. The ad converts followers into email subscribers. The newsletter, it nurtures and builds trust. The CTA converts subscribers into warm leads. And the trust video is the final piece of the puzzle to build trust. And the offer is the client meeting you have yourself. That's the system. And by now, you should start seeing why this is so powerful. But you might also be thinking, okay, Nicholas, this sounds amazing, but do I actually have the time to implement all of this? And that is a very fair question to be having, because most real estate agents are already busy. So the next section is all about how to buy back as much time as possible so you can actually start building this system and start getting more warm leads into your life. And now, before we go into execution, we need to handle the biggest excuse. I don't have the time. Because if you believe that you don't have the time, you will never implement this system. You will not create the content, you will not send the newsletter, you will not build the engine, and nothing will change. So this section is all about making time. Not magically finding it, creating it. And in some cases, buying it back. Because one of the most common things I hear when I talk about building a personal brand is, I don't have the time. And honestly, I do not fully buy that. Because in my eyes, most things in life come down to priorities. If something is important enough, you find a way to make time for it. But if you're sitting here and thinking, maybe I really do not have the time for this, then I want to help you remove that excuse once for all. Because now I'm going to show you a few simple ways to buy back your time. And if you use even one or two of these examples, you can probably create several extra hours every single week. And hours you can build your personal brand with instead. You can create content, you can build trust, and get more warm leads in your life. So, thank me later. So these are the three main areas I want you to look at. So you have food, you have cleaning, and transportation. So the first one is buying your food. And this is something I've done myself for over 8 months. I buy my food from a meal prep company. So every Monday, I get ready-to-made meals delivered straight to my door. And honestly, I'm probably never going back. Because when you buy your food this way, you no longer have to spend time on all these small things around food. You do not have to go to the grocery store, walk around, try and figure out what you should buy. You go back home, you cook the food, you prep the food in boxes, wash all the dishes, and think about what you're going to eat every single day. That might not sound like a lot at first, but when you add it up over a full week, it becomes a lot of time. And for some people, this can easily save several hours every week. Maybe even more than 10 hours, depending on how much time you're currently spending on shopping the food, you cooking, cleaning, and meal prepping. So imagine if you got even 5 to 10 hours back every single week and use that time to apply what we're going through in this course. If you ask me, that is a serious advantage. And the second one is house cleaning. This one is simple. Everyone needs a clean home, but you do not necessarily need to be the person who cleans it. And if you spend 3 or 4 hours every single week on cleaning your home, and you can outsource that, then you just bought back 3 to 4 hours. And not only that, you also protect your energy. Because after a long week of work, client meetings, showings, calls, and everything else that we know that we do, the last thing you may want to do is deep clean your home. So if you can afford it, outsourcing cleaning can be a great investment in yourself. Not because you're lazy, but because you're buying back focus. And the third one is optimize how you move from A to B. And I'm not going to sit here and tell you that you need to buy a car. That's not the point. The point is that I want you to look at how you move throughout your day. Things as the simplest one. How do you move from home to work, from work to client meetings, from client meetings to the gym, from open houses and back home? And ask yourself, where am I losing time every week? Because I'm very certain that most agents can find ways to save time here. Maybe it's 15 minutes per day, maybe it's 30 minutes per day, maybe it's even 1 hour per day. And let me give you an example from my own life. On Sundays, as we all know, many agents have open houses. And I used to go back to the office to pick up my bag. So what I can do is I can pick my bag and I can go directly to the subway and go home. And some days, if it saves me enough time, I will even take an Uber home. Because sometimes an Uber can cost me around $10, $12 and saves me around 30 minutes. And that is a very easy decision for me. because I'm basically buying back 30 minutes of my life for $12. And I will make that trade almost every time. Just by changing this one thing on Sundays, I can save around 20 to 30 minutes, and that is from one small optimization. So now imagine that across your whole week. Your food, your cleaning, your transportation, your planning, your errands, your admin, all the small things that quietly eat your time. So this is the mindset I want you to have. Do not only ask, how much does this cost? Ask, how much time does this buy me back? Because if something costs money but gives you back time, energy and focus, and you use that time to build something that can make you more money in the future, then it can be one of the best investments you make. Now, of course, I'm not saying you should spend money you do not have. Be smart, use common sense, start where you are, but I want you to understand the principle. If you can buy back 5 hours per week, that is 20 hours per month, and if you can buy back 10 hours per week, that is 40 hours per month. And if you can buy back even more, that can completely change the way you're able to build. Because the real question is not, do I have the time? The better question is, what can I stop doing, outsource or optimize so I can create time for what actually moves my life forward? And for you, if you're serious about getting more warm leads, building your personal brand and becoming the agent people know, trust and choose, then this is one of those things. So I'm not going to keep on rambling about this. I think you get the point. Time is not something you magically find. Time is something you create, and sometimes you create it by buying it back. So now that we have talked about how to create more time, let's talk about the setup you need to make this whole thing easier to execute. Before we go deeper into the exact execution, there are a few things that you need to have in place. I'm not going to go into super deep into every tool right now, so see this more as a simple checklist. And I have also included it inside of the workbook so you can tick it off step by step. So the goal here is simple: remove friction, because when the basics are already set up, it becomes much easier to actually do the work. So here are the things I recommend having in place. First, we have the Streaks app. This is what you can use to track your consistency and daily habits. Second, we have Canva, and a few of you might be familiar with that one since before. So this is where you can create simple graphics, carousels, thumbnails, and branded content. Third, CapCut. This is where you can use and edit short form videos and long form videos. I use it myself. And fourth, Instagram app and account. This one is maybe very basic because Instagram will be one of the main platforms for posting content and building attention. Fifth, YouTube account, because the long form can be very powerful for building deep trust over time. Sixth, ChatGPT and the paid version. This will help you with ideas, structure, writing, repurposing, and making content creation much faster. Seventh, a good phone with a good camera. You do not need a Hollywood setup, but you do need something that allows you to record good enough video and audio. And eighth, ManyChat account. This will help you automate parts of the process later, especially when we start talking about CTAs and collecting leads. Again, do not overcomplicate this. This is just a basic setup. You don't need everything to be perfect. You just need the tools in place so you can start executing. Because the goal is not to spend weeks setting things up. The goal is to start building the engine as fast as possible. So go to the workbook, tick off the tools you already have, set up the ones you're missing, and then we can move on to the next part. So before we go into the content section, there is one important thing I want you to start thinking about, and that is tracking. Because if you do not track your progress, you have no idea if you're actually moving closer to the goals you have or not. You might feel like things are working, or you might feel like nothing is happening at all. But feelings are not enough. We need to know for certain. So if you're going to implement the ABC method seriously, you need to track a few simple things over time. Not because tracking is sexy, it's not, but because tracking gives you clarity, and clarity helps you make better decisions. So inside the workbook, I've added a few metrics I recommend tracking. For example, average numbers of leads per month. This is very important to know if you're getting progress or not. How many leads are you getting on average right now? Number of signed cooperation agreements per month. How many actual seller agreements are you signing? Number of followers on your main platform, because this will give you a lot of boost and motivation when you see the numbers go up. And preferably, I will track Instagram and YouTube. Your average fee over the last year, this is very important as well, so you know if you're making more money per sale or not. Because remember, the goal is not only more leads. The goal is also stronger pricing power. And your hit rate over the last year, I think that is a very important metric as well. So how many client meetings turns into signed clients? Those numbers are important because that gives you some kind of baseline. They show you where you're starting from. And then over the next months and years, you can see what is actually changing. Are you getting more leads? Are more people contacting you? Are you signing more clients? Is your fee getting stronger? Is your hit rate improving? That is how you know if the work is moving you in the right direction. But there's one more thing I think is extremely important to track, and that is where your leads come from and also how they got in contact with you. Because if you do not track this, you might completely miss what is actually working. So I recommend doing two simple things. First, create a simple either Excel sheet, Google Sheet, OneNote, Notion database, doing it even on your iPhone app. So nothing fancy. Just somewhere where you track every client meeting you go on. And for each meeting, write down how that meeting was created. Did it come from an open house? You write that. Was it maybe a referral? Was it maybe someone from your network? Was it maybe someone from social media? The goal is to understand what is actually creating opportunities, because when you understand that, you can double down on what works. And second, start asking every inbound lead how they found you, because sometimes you know where a meeting came from, but sometimes you don't, especially with inbound leads. Someone might call you, they email you, they send you a DM, they maybe fill out a form on the firm's website you work for, and unless you ask, you might never know why they contacted you. So the question I like to ask is very simple. Just out of curiosity, how did you find out about me? I'm just keeping some simple statistics for myself. That's the only reason why I ask. That's it. Simple, natural, not weird, and most people will be happy to answer. And over time, this becomes very, very powerful because you will start to see patterns. Maybe more people are finding you through Instagram than you thought. Maybe your YouTube videos are building trust quietly in the background. Maybe your newsletter is creating more warm leads than you thought as well. Maybe people have followed you for 6 months before finally reaching out. And when you start seeing that, it gives you a lot of motivation to keep going. Because now you're not just posting and hoping, you're building a system. And you can see that the system is working. So that's why it's so important to get the feedback. Where are people seeing you and how, what's the reason for them contacting you? So the action step here is very simple. Go to the workbook, write down your current baseline numbers, then create a simple tracking sheet for your client meetings and leads. And from now on, every time you book a client meeting, track where it came from, because what gets tracked gets improved. Now we're entering one of the biggest sections of the entire course, content. Because by now you understand the strategy, you understand the ABC method, you understand the ABC engine. But the fuel for the whole engine is content. So if your content is weak, the engine will be weak as well. But if your content is very strong, everything becomes easier. You attract more people, you build more trust, you create more warm leads as well. So in this section, I'm going to make content as simple and practical as possible. What to post, how to structure it, what platforms to use, how to build trust, how to use stories, how to use long-form content, how to use, create content that makes people pay attention, and most importantly, how to make content that actually moves your business forward. And because this is one of the biggest sections in the course, I want to quickly show you how this section is structured, so it becomes easier to follow. So first, we're going to talk about organic content and your personal brand. This is where you will understand why content works, how to build trust, why your personal brand matters, how authenticity helps you stand out, and which platforms we're going to use. And then we're going to talk about what to create. This is where we make it very practical. What should you post about? What language should you use? How should you structure your posts? What types of posts should you create? And what matters for short form and long form content. Then we're going to talk about how you make your content better. This is where we're going into content types such as, stories, hooks, storytelling, community, repurposing, and how to improve your content over time. And finally, we're going to talk about how content turns into leads. Because content by itself, as you know by now, is not the final goal. The goal is warm leads, and we want a lot of them. So we want to talk about Goodwill, CTAs, email newsletters, short form ads, ManyChat, and trust video, and how to review what is actually working. So think about this section like a staircase. First, we understand why content matters, then we learn what to create, then we learn how to make it better, and then we learn how to turn it into warm leads. That's really the path. Because if you want to use social media as a real business tool, you need to understand what type of content to create. Not just content that gets likes, not just content that looks nice, not just content that makes you feel active and looks good on social media, but content that helps you get the results we actually want. And this is something I have spent a lot of time studying. I've studied some of the best people in the world when it comes to social media, content, personal branding, and people who have built huge audiences. They have strong brands, a real business by using content the right way. And what I want to do in this section is to make it very simple for you, because content can feel very overwhelming. There's so many platforms, there's so many formats, we have so many options, short form, long form, we have photos, we have carousels, you can go live, we have stories, and so on. So there's so many things that we could be doing, so that's why we're going to double down on the things that really works. And now I want to explain something. What do I really mean by content? Very simple. Content is the things you post online. So it's a video, it's a picture, a story, a post, a YouTube video, an Instagram reel, etc. So the things you post for free on social media is content. And as we know by now, the goal with content is not just to post. The goal of content is to help the right people notice you, learn from you, understand you, and trust you. Because when the right people start to notice you and learn from you and trust you, that's when content becomes truly powerful. And that is when content stops just being content and starts becoming business. Because then you do not just get more views, you just don't get more likes, you just don't get more followers, you start creating more warm leads. And that is what this all section is about. I'm going to show you what type of content you should create as a real estate agent, so your content does not only get seen, but actually helps people move closer to trusting you, remembering you, and eventually choosing you. That's the goal. So let's start with the foundation. Now I want to show you the math behind trust, because up until now, we have talked a lot about people spending time with you. We have talked about building trust. We have talked about the idea that the more time someone spends with you, aka a potential client, the more likely they are to remember you, trust you, and think of you when it's time to sell. But now I want you to actually see what this means in practice. Because once you see the numbers, you will understand why posting once in a while is not enough. And you will also understand why long-form content can speed everything up. So first, what do I mean by organic content? So very simple, organic content is the free content you post online. The things people find naturally without paying to push it. So your Instagram Reels, your Instagram posts, your stories, your LinkedIn posts, your YouTube videos, your market updates, your lessons, that is organic content. And to get more of the right people to spend more time with you, because the more time they spend with you, the more trust you can build. But now let's look at the math, because this is where it gets very, very interesting. So let's say you post one Instagram reel per week, and let's say that reel is 2 minutes long, and on average, let's say a person watches 50% of it. That means that they spend around 1 minute with you every single week, and 1 minute per week times 52 weeks means 52 minutes per year. So if your goal is to get someone to spend around 7 hours with you, that would roughly take 8 years. 8 years. That is a very long time. And now let's look at example number 2. Let's say you do the same thing, you post one Instagram reel per week, which means 2 minutes per reel, and they watch 50% of it. That gives you around 1 minute per day. So 7 minutes per week, and 7 minutes per week times 52 weeks is 364 minutes per year. That means it would take a little bit more than 1 year to get someone to spend 7 hours with you. And this is much better. But now let's look at example number 3. So let's say you still post one Instagram reel per day, so you still get around 7 minutes per week, but now you also add one long form video. For example, a YouTube video. And let's say that one is 15 minutes long. And let's say they watch 25% of it. That adds almost 4 more minutes per week. So instead of having 7 minutes per week, you already have 11 minutes per week. And that times 52 leads to 572 minutes per year. So to get someone to spend 7 hours with you, it now takes roughly 9 months. And that is a huge difference from the first example. Because if you post once a week, that would take you roughly 8 years. But if you post once every day and you do one long form video, that takes you roughly 9 months. So if you post once a week, it takes you roughly 8 years to get a potential client to spend 7 hours with you. But if you post every single day and you post one long form video per week, it goes a lot faster. So that's the point. Organic content is not only about showing up, it's about creating enough quality touch points for the right people to spend meaningful time with you. Because the more content you create, the more chances people have to see you. And the more depth your content has, the more time they can spend with you. So that is why short form content matters. It gives you reach and repetition. And that is why long form matters, because it gives you depth and time. So short form content helps people see you more often, and long form content helps people spend more time with you. And when you combine the both, you can compress the trust building timeline massively. And that is the real power of organic content. More quality content means more time spent with you. So more time spent with you means more trust, and more trust means more warm leads. And that's the game. And now we're going deeper into the things that makes you hard to compete with. Your personal brand. And I hope you're excited, because in real estate, people are not only choosing a service, they're choosing a person. They're choosing someone they believe can help them with one of the biggest transactions of their lives. And if you can become the person they already know, they already like, and already trust before they even meet you, you become much harder to replace. That is what this section is about. Building your personal brand. Because being a real estate agent is very personal. When someone chooses you as their agent, on some level, they like you. They trust you and they feel good about you. They believe you are the right person to help them. And that is exactly why building your personal brand is so important. Because in most cases, people do not only choose the firm, they choose the agent, they choose the person, and the stronger your personal brand is, the harder it becomes for the other agents to compete with you. And you might think, why is that the case? Because no one can compete with you on being you. And that is how you escape competition through authenticity. And I know that might sound simple, but this is extremely powerful. Because if you build and market something that is a direct extension of who you are, no one can really compete with you on that. I mean, like, who is going to compete with being Cristiano Ronaldo on being Cristiano Ronaldo? Or who is going to compete with Oprah Winfrey on being Oprah Winfrey? Or even being, compete with Mr. Beast on being Mr. Beast. I mean, it's impossible because they are one of one. And that is exactly what we are trying to build here. Not that you need to be famous like them, that's not the point. The point is that you want to become so clearly yourself and so clearly positioned in your market that people remember you for something specific. They understand who you are, they understand what you stand for, and they understand why they should trust you. And they feel that you're different from every other agent they could choose. That is the power of a personal brand. Because when your brand is authentic and when your content is a real extension of who you are, you become much harder to compete with. Just think about that for a moment. Imagine putting yourself in a position where no one can truly compete with you in the same way. Instead of always being compared against 2 to 5 other agents, they think of you first. They call you first, and even if they do compare you with other agents, your brand is so strong that you stand out in a completely different way. You're not just a random agent or just another option. You're the person they already feel connected to. You're the person they already trust, and you're the person they already remember. That is how you become one of one. And in simple words, having a strong personal brand as a real estate agent is one of the closest things to a real world cheat code. Because real estate is personal, trust is personal, choosing an agent is personal, so your brand needs to be personal too. And this is where organic content comes in. So we use organic content, which means the free content you post on social media, to build your personal brand over time. Post by post, story by story, video by video, and lesson by lesson. To show people who you are, how you think, how you work, what you care about, and what you know. So why should they trust you? And the goal is simple. So to post content in a way that helps you build the strongest personal brand online in your local market. That's the goal. Because if you can do that, you can stop being just another real estate agent. You become the agent people know. And the agent people trust, and the agent people think of first. That's the goal. As we talked about in one of the previous sections, one of the best ways to escape competition is to build a strong personal brand. And to build a strong personal brand, you need to show up as your most authentic self. So the question becomes, how do you actually do that? How do you become more authentic online without oversharing, without trying to be someone else, and without turning into a fake version of yourself just because you think that is what people want? Because that is very important to understand. When you're your most authentic self, you become a magnet for the right people. More and more of the right people will start to like you, that will feel connected to you, they will trust you, and they will feel like this is my type of person. And at the same time, some people will not like you, some people will not connect with you, and some people might even dislike you. And me sitting here speaking with you, that is okay. Because those are probably not your people anyway. And that is exactly one of the best parts of building a personal brand. Because when you show who you really are, you attract more of the clients you actually want to work with, and you push away more of the clients you probably do not want to work with anyways. That makes your life as a real estate agent much easier, because the right people will find you, trust you, and want to work with you, and the wrong people will be less likely to reach out. And let's be honest, the wrong clients are often the hardest one to work with anyways. So those are the ones who drain your energy, the ones who, questions everything, the ones who fight you on every detail. They're like super hard on competing with price, and they want to drag your fee down as low as possible. So if your personal brand helps you attract better clients and push away the worst clients, in my eyes, that is a true win-win. And you do not want to worry too much about losing out on business because of this, because the reality is you cannot work with 100% of your market anyways. And you do not need everyone, you need the right people. So would you rather work with a smaller number of great clients who trust you and respect you and are willing to pay for quality, or rather fill your calendar with people who drain your energy, they fight you on the fee and make the whole process a lot harder? For me, the answer is very clear, because when you attract the right people, you can usually charge more. And often that creates a smoother process. So you can build more trust from the start, and in many cases, you can do better work. So this is not about, being yourself because it feels good and it's very PR. It's also a good business strategy. So now let's define what being your most authentic self really means. The best definition I've heard is this: being your most authentic self means choosing to be real instead of trying to perform. In simple words, it means showing up as who you really are, not who you think people want you to be. It means you stop trying to act like the perfect real estate agent just to please everyone, and instead you start showing people the real you. How you think, how you speak, what you believe, what you care about, and how you see the world. But one very important thing here: being authentic does not mean sharing everything. You do not need to share every private detail of your life. You do not need to post things you're not comfortable posting. You do not need to turn your personal life into entertainment. You should not start dancing on TikTok. And that is not what this means. Being authentic simply means that what you do share is real, and the version that people see online actually matches the person they meet in real life. That's the goal. And to make this practical, I've created an exercise in the workbook. It's built around 7 simple parts. So number 1, I believe. These are the 3 beliefs you're willing to repeat forever. The things you truly believe about your market, your work, your clients, the way your business should be done. And number 2 is I value. These are your top 3 values, the principles that guide you how to act and how you make decisions. And number 3 is I stand for. This is what you protect. This is what you care about, and this is what you want more of in the industry. What kind of standards you want to represent. Number 4 is I do not. And this is what you refuse. The things you do not want to be associated with, the behaviors, the tactics, or the values that you are not. Number 5, my edge is. This is your lived experience, your skills, your taste, your unique combination of things that makes you different. And number 6, my voice sounds like. These are your writing and speaking rules. How you want to sound online. Maybe you want to be calm. Maybe you want to be direct, honest, practical. Maybe you want to be very ambitious. This helps your content actually sounds like you. And number 7, my people are. This is where you define who you want to attract, and also who you are okay with repelling. Because again, you're not trying to be for everyone, you're trying to become magnetic to the right people. And that is the exercise. And I really recommend that you take it seriously, because the clearer you are on these 7 things, the easier it becomes to create content that feels real. The easier it becomes to know what to say, and the easier it becomes to build a brand people actually remember. And the easier it becomes to attract the kind of clients you actually want to work with. So go to the workbook. Answer these 7 parts. Do not try to sound perfect. Do not try to sound impressive. Just be honest. Because the goal is not to become a character. The goal is to become more clearly you. And that is how you become very hard to compete with. There's one more thing I really want you to understand. I think this will become more and more important over the next few years. And we're living in a world where AI can create content very fast. Posts, captions, scripts, ideas, videos, images, pictures, almost everything. And because of that, social media will be flooded with more and more content. More generic content, more polished content, more content that looks good on the surface, but does not really feel human. And that is exactly why your personal brand becomes even more important. Because in a world where anyone can create content, the real advantage is not just creating more content, the real advantage is being more real. More human, more specific, more clearly you. Because AI can help with content, AI can help you with ideas and structure and work faster, but AI cannot be you. It cannot live your life, it cannot have your experiences, it cannot have your stories, your personality, and the relationship you have with other people. And that is your edge. From what I see, people are craving more real human connection, not less. They want to know who they're dealing with, they want to feel trust, they want to feel like there's a real person behind the content. And this is especially true in real estate, because choosing a real estate agent is very personal. People are not only choosing information, they're choosing a human being to help them with one of the biggest decisions of their life. So if you show up as your authentic self, and if you share how you think, and you show both the ups and the downs, and if you let people see the real person behind the agent, you will stand out more and more over time. Not because you're perfect, but because you are real. And no AI-generated content can fully compete with a real human connection. That is why I believe having a strong personal brand as a real estate agent in your local market will only become more and more valuable over time. And that is also why you should start now. Because the longer you wait, the more crowded social media becomes, the better AI content gets, and the harder it will be to stand out if you not have built any trust, you don't have any voice, or any relationship with the audience yet. So the takeaway is simple. Use AI as a tool, but don't let AI replace your humanity. Because in the future, your authenticity might become one of your biggest competitive advantages. And now that we understand what we're building, we need to decide where we're building it. Because you can use a lot of platforms. You have Instagram, YouTube, LinkedIn, TikTok, Facebook, podcasts, newsletters. There are so many options. But trying to be everywhere in the beginning is usually a big mistake. So in this section, I will show you the 2 platforms we focus on and why this combination gives real estate agents so much leverage. And those 2 platforms are YouTube and Instagram, and more specifically, long-form YouTube videos and short-form videos on Instagram. And the reason is simple. In my opinion, this combination gives you the most leverage as a real estate agent. So first, what do I mean by long-form and short-form content? And that's a good question, so let me explain. Long-form content is longer content where you have more time to explain, teach, or tell a story. And short-form content is shorter content where you need to get to the point fast and grab attention quickly. So in simple words, long-form is deep connection and short-form is quick connection. A YouTube video is usually long-form content and an Instagram reel is usually short-form content. And both have very different jobs. Long-form gives you more time to build trust because people can spend 15, 20, even 30 minutes with you in one sitting and they can understand how you think. They can hear your stories, they can learn from you, they can get much deeper feeling for who you really are. That is why YouTube is so powerful. It builds depth. Instagram, on the other hand, is amazing for attention and repetition. People can see you often, they can watch your short videos, they can see your stories, they can get small reminders of who you are and what you do, again and again on repeat. So that is why Instagram is so powerful in my eyes. It keeps you visible. So the combination is very strong. YouTube builds deep trust, Instagram keeps you top of mind. And YouTube gives people more time with you, and Instagram gives people more touch points. And when you combine them, you give yourself a much better chance of turning attention into trust and trust into more warm leads. Now, of course, you can use other platforms as well. If LinkedIn works well in your market, use it. If TikTok works well for you, you can use that as well. But in my experience and for this course, we're keeping things simple. We're focusing on the platforms I believe give real estate agents the most leverage. And that is YouTube for long form and Instagram for short form. Because the goal is not to be everywhere, the goal is to be effective. And if you are a real estate agent who wants more warm leads, this is one of the best combinations I know. So to summarize, YouTube is where people spend real time with you, Instagram is where people see you consistently, and YouTube builds depth, and Instagram builds repetition. And together, they help you become more known, more trusted, and more top of mind with your potential clients. That is why these are the two main platforms we use. And now we need to get very specific, because content only works if it reaches the right people. Random followers will not build your business, random views will not make you rich, and random attention is not the goal here. The goal is to become known by the people who can actually become your clients. So in this section, we're going to define exactly who your content is for. Because if we want to get as many warm leads as possible, we need to be crystal clear on who we're trying to reach. Because if you do not know who you're targeting, you do not know who you're creating content for, and this is where a lot of agents get it wrong. They post for everyone, they post for their friends, they post for other agents, they post for their mom, they post things that might get likes, but not necessarily from the right people that you can actually benefit from. And this is a big mindset shift. And from now on, you're not creating content just to be seen, you're creating content for your potential clients. That is what it means to use social media as a business tool. So who do we want to target? Very simple. Potential clients in your market. No one else. And more specifically, homeowners in the area where you sell homes. Because if your goal is to get more listings, you need to become known by the people who own the homes you want to sell. That's the game. Now, for most real estate agents, your market is not an entire country, and it's usually not an entire city either, because that becomes too broad. Your real market is usually the area you can actually serve and dominate, the zone where you want to become top of mind. For me, as an example, I work on Kungsholmen in Stockholm. There are roughly 29,000 homes owned there, and that is my main market. That is the area where I want more people to know that I exist. I want them to trust me and think of me when it's time to sell. So that is what we call your TAM. That stands for your total addressable market. But to make this practical for you, I want you to think like this. Pick an area with roughly 10,000 to 50,000 potential homes. If the area is much smaller than that, you might become too niche. And if the area is much bigger than that, it can become too hard to create content that feels specific and valuable for your potential clients. So your target should be the area you actually sell in, the area your office operates in, the zone where you want to become the obvious choice. And here is an important sentence. Your TAM is not your city, your TAM is your listing zone, the area you can actually dominate. Because if you cannot become top of mind there in, let's say 12 to 24 months, the area is probably too big. let me give you a few examples. So this first one is a bad example. I make content for people in London. That is way too broad. This is a better example. I make content for people in Notting Hill, especially homeowners. Bad example. I make content for people in LA. Better example. I make content for homeowners in Beverly Hills. Bad example. I make content for people in New York. Better example. I make content for homeowners in Manhattan. You get the point. The more specific your market is, the easier it becomes to make content that feels relevant. Because homeowners in your area care about your area. They care about prices there, they care about demand there, they care about buyers, they care about what is happening in the local market. And that gives you a huge advantage. Because you are not trying to become famous everywhere, you're trying to become trusted in the right place. Now, one important thing. I know people say the riches are in the niches, and I agree. That is why later in this course we will talk about how you can create content for smaller micro areas inside your market. Things as, specific streets, buildings, neighborhoods, property types, but your main target should still be your broader listing zone. This, you can see it as your home base. So to make this even more clear, I want you to think about your market in 3 layers. First, you have your TAM, that's your total addressable market. This is who you want to be known by long term. For most agents, this is homeowners in my zone. Second, you have SAM, which is your serviceable market. This is who you can actually serve operationally. For example, homeowners in your area. With the property type you specialize in, it can be, apartments, condos, family homes, luxury properties, whatever fits your business. And third, you have SOM, and that is really your obtainable market. This is where you can realistically win now. This might be 3 to 10 micro areas, buildings, streets, even neighborhoods that you really know best. The places where you can create very specific content. The places where you can become known faster. So in the workbook, I want you to define these 3 things. Your TAM, your SAM, and your SOM. But if we make it super simple, by the end of this exercise, you should be able to say one sentence. I make content for homeowners in area X. That's it. Not for everyone, not for random people, not for random agents, not for the whole world. For homeowners in the area you want to dominate. Because when you know exactly who you're creating content for, it becomes much easier to know what to say. And when your content becomes more relevant, the right people are much more likely to pay attention. And that is how we start creating more warm leads, by targeting the right people. A question that might come up right now is, should I use my current Instagram account or should I create a new one? And I get this question because maybe you like your current Instagram. Maybe it feels personal, maybe your friends follow you there. Maybe you do not want to suddenly start posting more real estate content on your main account. And honestly, there could be a million excuses for why you don't want to start. So here is my take on this. If using your current account creates a huge amount of friction for you, create a new one. But if you do not mind using your current account, use that one. Because the best option is the one that actually makes you execute. Not the one that sounds best in theory, but there are a few important things to think about before you decide. The first question is, are a lot of my current followers the right people? Meaning, are they people in my local market? Are they potential clients? Are they future referrers? Are they people connected to homeowners in my area? Are they people who could actually help me get more business over time? And if the answer is yes, that is a strong reason to keep using your current account because you already have an audience that can become valuable over time. But if the answer is no, a new account might be smarter. The second question is, does my current account already feel somewhat aligned with the brand I want to build? Meaning, Does this account still feel like me? Can I realistically pivot it? Would it make sense if I start posting more real estate content there? Would people understand the shift? If the answer is yes, keeping it can make sense. But if the answer is no, a new account may be cleaner. And the third question is the killer question. Would I feel good spending money to stay in front of these followers later? Because remember, later in the system, we're going to run ads to people who already know you. And one of the audiences you may use is your followers. So if your current audience is full of people who would never use your service, they would never refer you, and they never live in your market, then you might need to ask yourself, why am I building on this audience? Because if you would not want to pay money to stay in front of them later, then maybe they are not the right audience to build on. So the simple rule is this. Keep your current account if the audience is mostly right. Start a new account if the audience is mostly wrong. Now, if I was starting from scratch, I would probably create a new account mainly for business. And then I would share from my personal account that I've started a new account for my real estate content. Maybe I would do something like this. I have started a new account where I will share more about real estate, the market, and my work as an agent. If that sounds interesting for you, you can follow me here. And the people who are not interested, they don't have to follow along, and the people who are, it's easy for them to do. So you can separate the two, but you can still connect them when it makes sense. That gives you a clean start, but again, there's no perfect answer here. The best answer depends on your current audience, your comfort level, and what will make you take action. Because the worst option is not choosing the wrong account. The worst option is spending 3 months overthinking this and posting nothing. So make a decision, current account or new account, pick the option with the least friction and the best future audience, and then start building. Now we have finished the first big part of the content section. Now you understand why organic content matters, you understand why personal branding matters, you understand why authenticity makes you harder to compete with, you understand why human connection is super important in a world of AI, you understand which platform we're using, and you understand who we're targeting. So the next big question is this. What do we actually create? Because knowing that content matters is one thing. Knowing what to post every week is another. So now we're going to make this very practical. What should you post about? What language should you use? How should you structure your content? And what formats should you focus on? So let's start with the most important question. What should we post content about? Now that we know who we're targeting, the next question is obvious. What do we actually say to them? Because one of the biggest reasons agents do not post consistently is because they do not know what they should post about. They sit there thinking, what should I say? What should I record? What should I write? What should we, what is actually valuable? And because they don't have a clear system for coming up with ideas, they either post randomly or they don't post at all. So this section will solve that. The answer is not random. The answer is problems. Because when you understand your potential clients' problems, you will never run out of content ideas. So now we know who we want to target, potential clients in your market, homeowners in the area where you want to sell homes. But then the next question becomes, what should we actually post about? And this is where we need to make an important shift. Because if your goal is to get warm leads, you should not only create content to entertain, you should create content to educate. Because the goal is not to become famous, the goal is to become top of mind with the right people. So the goal is to become trusted by the right people. The goal is to become the agent they think of when it's time to sell. So when we decide what to post about, the question is not what will get the most views. The better question is this. What is valuable for the people I want to reach? And valuable content usually does one thing. It solves problems, it answers questions, it removes confusion, it helps people make better decisions. So if you want to create content that attracts potential sellers, you need to understand the problems and pain points they have. That is where your content ideas come from. So here is the exercise. I want you to make a huge list of problems and pain points your potential clients might have. And when I say huge, I mean huge. So think of 100 ideas or more. So set a kitchen timer for 30 minutes, open the workbook, write down as many questions, problems, and worries and decisions as you can think of. Don't judge the ideas while writing. Just get them out. For example, they don't know the best timing to sell. They have no idea if staging is worth it. They don't have an idea of when the best time is to take photos is. So they don't really know which area they should buy in next if they want to make the best investment possible. Or maybe as simple things as they don't know if they should sell or buy first. Or they have no idea of how they should choose the right agent. These are all potential content ideas because every problem can become a post. Every question can become a video. Every worry can become a lesson. And every decision can become a piece of content that builds trust. And when you have written your big list, then you sort it. Remove the ideas that are not relevant. Remove the ideas you don't want to talk about. Remove the ideas that are too weak. And keep the ones that are genuinely useful for your potential clients. Those are your content topics. Because now you're no longer guessing what to post. You're creating content based on real problems your audience has. And that is how your content becomes valuable. Not because it's fancy, not because it's perfect, but because it helps the right person. And when you help the right person again and again, they start to trust you. And when they trust you, you become much more likely to be the agent they contact when its time is right. So the action step is very simple. Go to the workbook, set a timer for 30 minutes, write down 100 problems plus and pain points your potential clients might have. Then you want to sort the list, start creating content around the best ones. Because if you don't know what to post, start with the problems your potential clients already have. This is one of the easiest ways to create valuable content. And once you have this list, content becomes a lot simpler. You're no longer sitting and waiting for inspiration. You have a library of ideas, a library of questions, problems, and your job becomes simple. Pick one problem, create one piece of content, and help one specific person. And you do that again and again, and that is how you build trust at scale. And this one is very simple. So simple that I almost forgot to include it in the course. But I know that if I did not include it, I will probably get a lot of questions about it afterwards. So let's make it clear. Many of you know that everything I post on social media is in English. And the reason is simple. My target audience is real estate agents around the world. And English is the language most of that audience understands. But that does not mean that you should post in English as well. The question is not what language looks the best or what language feels the most professional or what language does someone else use. The most relevant question is what language do my potential clients speak? That is the language you should use, period. And if you are a real estate agent in Stockholm, you should probably create content in Swedish. And if you are a real estate agent in London, you should probably create content in English. And if you are a real estate agent in Madrid, you should probably create content in Spanish. So don't overthink this. We're not creating content to impress random people. We're creating content to build trust with potential clients in your market. So use the language they speak. Because if they understand you, they can learn from you. And if they can learn from you, they can trust you. And if they trust you, they're much more likely to become a warm lead when the time is right. So the answer is simple. Create content in the language your potential clients speak. That's it. So now you know what you should post about and what language you should use. We need to talk about the structure. Because a lot of agents have good ideas, but the content becomes messy because there's no clear structure. And I've seen it myself, so that's why this is important. And when the structure is unclear, people stop watching. They stop reading. They scroll past the things you post. So I want to make this very simple. Most of your content should follow this structure. So you have the hook, you have the problem, you have the solution, And if you're creating a long form content like a YouTube video, you can add an outro at the end as well. So you have then hook, problem, solution, and outro. So let's break it down. The hook is the first part of your post or video. It's like the first impression, if you will, especially in short form content. You have only a few seconds to grab someone's attention, and if you don't grab their attention, they keep scrolling. So that's why the hook matters so much. And later in this course, we will go much deeper into how to create strong hooks. But for now, just understand this. The hook gets people to stop. Then we have the next one, which is the problem. And the problem is what the content is about. As you know, since before, we're making content about problems that will help your potential clients solve. And you have a big list with problems and pain points that we created earlier. So one piece of content should usually solve one problem, not 10, one. Because when you try to say everything, people usually remember nothing. So pick one problem your potential clients have, something they're confused about, something they may be worried about, something they really need help understanding. And then we have the solution. So this is the most valuable part of your content. This is where you really help them. This is where you teach, this is where you explain what you do, and this is where you really can showcase your expertise. And this is where the trust really gets built. Because when you solve a real problem clearly, people start to think this person knows what they're talking about. That is the basic structure. So you have the hook, you have the problem, you have the solution, and let me give you an example. So let's say one problem your potential clients have is this. When is the best time to sell? So now we need to make one assumption here. Most people who ask this question probably mean this. When is the best time to sell if I want to get the highest possible price? So that is the angle we use. Then the hook could be something like this. This is the best time to sell your home in area X if you want top dollar. Then you could add a quick credibility such as, my name is Niklas Kling, I've worked as a real estate agent for 5 years and I help people sell homes in area X. One of the questions I get all the time is, when is the best time to sell? So let's talk about it. Then we move into the problem. A lot of homeowners do not know when the best time to sell is. And that can cost them a lot of money. Because if you sell when supply is high and demand is low, you might not get the best results you want. But if you sell when supply is low and demand is high, you can be in a much stronger position. And after something like that, you can move into the solution. So in area X, the best time to sell is usually X, Y, and Z. And then you explain your answer. Maybe it depends on the season. Maybe it depends on the number of competing listings. Maybe it depends on the interest rates. Maybe it depends on the property type. I think you get the message. The point is not that every single video has not the same answer. The point is that every video should have a clear structure. So first off, you grab attention, you explain the problem, you give the solution, that's it. And this framework works for almost everything. It could be an Instagram reel, a LinkedIn post, a YouTube video, a newsletter, a carousel. The format can change, but the structure stays the same. So you have the hook, you have the problem, and you have the solution. And if it's long form content, you can have an outro at the end as well. So in the outro, you can summarize the lesson, tell them what to do next, or connect the video to the next step in your system. But for now, focus on the basics. So one piece of content, one problem, one clear solution. That alone will make your content much easier to create and much easier for people to understand as well. And that's a very important part. So now that we know how to structure our content, we also need to understand what types of posts we're actually going to use. Because on social media, there are many different things you could do. And if you try to do everything, there's a big chance you end up doing nothing well. So we're going to keep this simple. On Instagram, there are several types of content you can create. So you have Instagram stories, you have Instagram lives, you have Instagram reels, you have the posts, you have carousels, etc. And probably even more by the time you're watching this. But in this course, we're mainly focusing on 3 things: Instagram stories, Instagram reels, and Instagram posts. That's it. Stories can help you stay top of mind, reels can help you reach more people and create more touch points, and posts help you explain ideas, share value, and build trust. Then we have YouTube. On YouTube, you also have a lot of different content types. You have YouTube Lives, you have YouTube Long Form, you have YouTube Shorts, community posts, and other features as well. But in this course, we're going to mainly focus on one thing alone: YouTube long form videos. Because YouTube long form gives you depth and it gives people more time with you. It allows you to explain, teach, tell stories, and build trust in a much deeper way. And that's the main reason why we use it. So to make this very clear, on Instagram, we focus on stories, reels, and posts. On YouTube, we mainly focus on long-form videos. Not because the other formats are bad, but because these are the formats that gives us the most leverage for the system we're building. So the goal is not to use every feature. The goal is to use the right ones consistently, because consistency on a few high leverage formats beats random posting everywhere. So that is why we're going to focus on. And Instagram for short form, repetition, and top of mind effect, and YouTube for long form, depth, and trust. So that's the setup. Now that we know which formats we're using, let's talk about how to make them look and feel good enough to build trust. Because choosing the right format is one thing, but creating them in a way that feels clear, professional, and trustworthy, that is really the next step. So let's start with short form content. Now we're moving from strategy into production, because knowing what to post, that's one thing, but actually making the content look good enough, sound good enough, and feel professional enough, that's another thing. And this matters, because if your content looks bad, if the lighting is bad, the sound is bad, and the quality feels low, people may not take it seriously. And if they don't take it seriously, it becomes harder to build trust. So in this section, we're going to go through the simple basics that make your Instagram content look and feel professional enough. Not perfect, not overproduced, no Hollywood level type of thing, but just good enough that people want to keep watching. And good enough that your personal brand feels trustworthy. So I know we have covered a lot so far, and I want to give you a high five for sticking with me so far, because we have covered a lot in this course and we have a few things left. And I know there are many things to take in, but now we're going to make this very practical. We're going to talk about the most important things to think of when it comes to short form content. And when I say short form content, I mainly mean the things we're going to post on Instagram. And as we talked about earlier, there are 3 main types of Instagram content we will focus on. So we have stories, reels, and posts. So let's start with the normal Instagram posts. The most important thing here is simple. Good quality photos, and you don't need a professional camera. For most people, one of the latest phones will do the job perfectly fine. So don't try to, make sure that you don't try to build a personal brand on an iPhone 5 camera from 2012. But I think you get the point. So the basics here are good photo quality, a good lighting. There are, of course, a lot of other things you could think about, such as, editing, colors, angles, composition. But at the stage we are in right now, I don't want to overcomplicate it. If your pictures are clear, the lighting is good, that is enough for the purpose we have right now. And to be honest, I'm not going to spend a lot of time teaching you how to edit photos. Because for the stage most of you are right now, that's not the most important thing. Because the most important thing is that the content looks clean, clear, and professional enough. But there is one very important setting I want you to check before you post on Instagram. And it's this. So go to Instagram settings, make sure that upload at the highest quality is always turned on. Because the worst thing that can happen is that you prepare a very, very good post. The picture looks great, the lighting looks great, and then Instagram destroys the quality when you upload it. That's not good. And another simple thing, if you can, upload every single post when your phone is connected to a very good Wi-Fi. Because if you upload from a bad connection, especially when you're someone with a weak signal, the quality can sometimes suffer, and we don't want that to happen. So for normal Instagram posts, to recap, we have good picture quality, we have good lighting, highest quality upload turned on, and ideally upload when you have a good Wi-Fi. So in my eyes, I think that's quite simple. Now let's move into stories. And I love Instagram stories because stories give people a more personal glimpse into your real life. If you use them well, they feel less polished, more direct, more human, and that is why they are so powerful. The same basics apply here. You want to have good quality, you want to have good lighting, but there's one thing I really recommend when it comes to stories. So don't take the photo inside of the Instagram app if you want the best quality. Instead, open your normal phone camera, change the format to fit the stories. For most phones, that means using the vertical format, the format Instagram stories use. Then take the photo there and upload it afterwards. That way you usually get better quality and the photo is already framed in correctly for stories. So you don't have to zoom in, crop it, or make it look weird. And again, if possible, upload with a good connection. That is basically what you need to know for stories. Make it look clean, make it feel real, and use stories to give people a small glimpse into your life, your work, your day-to-day, your thoughts. And now let's talk about Reels. And honestly, a lot of the same things apply here. But now, instead of photos, you're creating a video. So let's start with equipment. For the absolute majority of you watching this right now, a modern phone is more than enough. An iPhone or another good smartphone can create great Reels. You don't need to buy an expensive camera to start, but if you want to go one step further, you can use something like the camera I use myself. So I have the DJI Osmo Pocket 3. It's not necessary at all, but it works extremely well for me. The most important thing is that the video looks good. And if you can record in high quality, do that. 4K is not necessary for everyone, but if you can, it can give your content a more premium feeling. And then we have lighting. Lighting matters a lot more than people think. The same camera can look terrible in bad lighting and amazing in good lighting. And I will actually show you 2 examples from my own content. So this is the first one. That one has bad lighting and this one is good lighting. And you will see that the difference is night and day. It's the same camera and your job is not to make everything perfect. But your job is to make sure that as many of your videos as possible look closer to the good example than the bad one. So good lighting makes you look more professional. It makes the video easier to watch and it makes your content feel more premium. Then we have one new thing that matters a lot for Reels, and that is sound. With pictures and normal posts, you don't have to think about sound. But with Reels, sound is very important. Because if people cannot hear you clearly, they will not keep watching. So when you record Reels when you speak, make sure your mouth is close enough to the microphone. You don't need to overcomplicate this, but your audio needs to sound clean. The exact setup I use myself is very simple. So I have a DJI Osmo that is filming me right now, and I have a DJI mic under here. And that's the microphone that captures my voice right under here. And I usually place it under the frame, as you can see, because it's not visible, but I have it right here. So people really don't see it, and that's the point. But it still captures my voice clearly. And again, you don't need this exact setup I have myself, but you can start with your phone. But the principle is though the same. You still want to have good video quality, good lighting, good sound, and if you have all those 3 things, you have the basics for creating strong Reels. And there's one more thing I recommend for Reels. Use captions. By captions, I mean text on the screen that shows what you are saying. Because many people watch Reels without sound. They might be on the train, at work, on the sofa, or somewhere where they don't want to turn on the volume. So captions help people follow along even if the sound is off, because I want people to be able to both hear and read what I'm saying. It makes the content easier to consume. So, to summarize Instagram short form content. For normal posts, you want to have good picture quality, you want to have good lighting, highest quality upload turned on. Then we have the next one, which is stories. Then you want to have good quality, good lighting, use your phone camera if possible, and make it feel personal. And for reels, you want to have good quality for the video, you want to have good lighting, you want to have good sound, and don't forget to add captions. That is really the foundation. So don't overcomplicate this. You don't need a perfect studio, you don't need the most expensive gear. You just need to make sure your content looks and sounds good enough that people want to keep watching, and professional enough that people can take you seriously. So now we're going to talk about one of the biggest trust builders in this entire system, long form content. Because short form content helps people see you often, but long form content helps people spend real time with you. And when people spend real time with you, they start to trust you at a much deeper level. So that's why YouTube is so powerful. A 30-second reel can make someone notice you, but a 15-minute YouTube video can make someone feel like they understand the way you think. And that is a completely different level of trust. So this section is all about how to create long-form videos in a simple, sustainable way. Not perfect, not overcomplicated, but good enough to start building serious trust with your potential clients. So a few things to think about for long-form video content is this. And first of all, when I say long-form content here, I mean mainly YouTube videos. So the goal is simple. Create one long-form video every single week. One video per week, that's the standard. And I know life happens, you travel, you have client meetings, you have showings, you have family, you have vacations, maybe you're in Bali with your friends, maybe you're in Thailand with your family. There's a million different things that could be happening in your life. But it's important that if you have other things planned, that you don't skip this. Because if you know you're going away, you pre-record the video. Because consistency is one of the biggest parts of building trust. So the goal is one long-form video every week. Now, what do I mean by long-form video? So a long-form video is a longer video where you have the time to explain, teach, and build trusts properly. It could be 8 minutes, it can be 12 minutes, 15 minutes, 20 minutes. The exact length is not the most important thing. The important thing is that your video gives your potential clients real value. So in the workbook, I will link one of my own long-form videos as an example so you can see what I mean. Now, where should you record these videos? So you have a few options here. You can either record them in your car, not while driving of course, but with a camera attached safely in front of you while the car is parked. You can record them at your office. You can record them at home, as I do. You can maybe, record them in a meeting room. You can record them where you have the lowest friction possible. And this is a very key point to be making. Because pick the place where it's easiest for you to actually make it done. Sit down, make the recording, boom, done. And, if you have kids running around at home, maybe that's not the best place to record. And if the office is noisy or have no space, maybe the office is not the best place either. And if your car gives you space, peace and quiet, and if you somehow can make, the lighting look good, maybe the car is the best place for you. And I want to make this clear, the best recording place is not always the fanciest place. It's the place where you can actually do it consistently. So what should you talk about then? Well, this is very simple. So when you know where you should record, we have talked about this before, what you should say. So you use the mega list you just created earlier, the list of problems and pain points your potential clients have. So each long-form video should solve one clear problem. You have one question, maybe one worry, one decision, one thing your potential clients need help with. And that is where your topics come from. Now, should you use a full script? My honest recommendation for long-form content is no. at least not word for word. Because in the beginning, I tried to memorize exactly what I was supposed to say for a long form video, and it was just crap. So that's not a recommendation, and take my word for it. So I just felt like I looked like a robot. I felt not like myself. So that was not a good thing, but I tried at least. So my recommendation is this. You should script the hook, meaning the beginning of the video. So put it very simply. You memorize the first 5 to 15 seconds because that part matters a lot. But after that, use bullet points. Have a clear structure and know where you're going, but speak naturally because long form content should feel human. It should feel like you're speaking directly to the person watching, not like you're reading an essay. So, make sure that you memorize the hook because that's only a few seconds. And then, either you use bullet points for the rest of the video and you somehow memorize in your head. So you have some kind of direction. And then you can freestyle within the structure. And now, what should you record with? And that is a very important question. For most people, a really good phone is enough, as with the same thing for short form content. So I want to really pass it forward to say that you don't need a crazy setup to start. But if you want to take things to the next level, as you know since before, I used the DJI Osmo Pocket 3. And I've used it for over a year. I think it works extremely well for me. So, do whatever you want with that advice. And then when the video is recorded, you edit it. And I use CapCut myself. You cut out the parts that are not good, long pauses, mistakes, things that really don't add any value to the video. And when you have done that, you add captions. And what I really love about CapCut is that it has this auto captions function. And it works really well. So captions are important because they make the video a lot easier to consume. And once the video feels good, we move into the two of the most important things on YouTube. So we have the thumbnail and we have the title. So for example, you can look at the thumbnail I have for this video and the title I have. And this is what people often call the packaging. And the packaging matters a lot. Think it like this way. So if you have a drink in a grocery store, the drink has a design, that's like your thumbnail. And the drink has a text on it, that's like your title. And if the packaging is bad, people might never even try what's inside. The same thing goes with YouTube. So your video can be absolutely amazing, but if the title and thumbnail are weak, people might never ever click on it. So let's start with thumbnails. The basics are simple. Use a high quality photo and ideally take the thumbnail photo separately with your phone. So don't just take a random screenshot from the video if you can avoid it. I did that in the beginning, but now I'm much better. A screenshot can work sometimes, but usually a proper photo looks much better. So if you use text on the thumbnail, keep it short. 1 to 3 words max. And for the audience we're trying to target, less is usually more. A clean, minimalistic, premium look often works very well. And it also saves you a lot of time because I use Canva to edit my thumbnails myself, and inside the workbook I will show you the settings and templates I recommend. But in short, my process is very simple. So I go into Canva, I open my thumbnail template, I import the photo I want to use, I edit the photo so it looks as good as possible. Then I export it in the highest size and quality. So those are really the steps I use myself. Now the second part of the packaging is the title. And the title is extremely important. A good title makes the right person think, I need to watch this. And a bad title makes them just scroll past and forget you forever. So here are a few simple rules for YouTube titles. Do not make the title too long. You want people to be able to read the full title without getting it cut off. And a good guideline is around 45 to 55 characters. In simple words, around 6 to 10 words. Less is more. Second, the title should speak directly to your target audience. And if you want to attract homeowners in your area, The title should feel relevant for those people. So ask yourself, if I was a homeowner in my market, what would I click on? Would I click on this video? Is it clear? Is it valuable? Does it really solve a problem I actually care about? This does not have to be rocket science, but it has to be clear. Now we have covered a lot. We know how often you should post long-form videos, where to record them, what you should be talking about, why you should not script every single word you say, and what you should record it with, how to edit the video, and why thumbnails and titles matter a lot. Now the last thing is structure, because if you jump into a boat and you have no idea of where you're going, you might just go around in circles. The same thing goes with videos. So if you start recording with no structure, the video can become messy. So I want you to have a rough structure in your mind for every long-form video you create. So this is the structure. You have the hook, you have the problem, you have the solution, and the conclusion. So let's start with the hook. The hook is the most important part of the video, because if the hook is not good enough, people will not watch the rest. So this is where you should spend the most time, especially on the first 5 to 30 seconds. And one of the best ways to create a strong hook is to use what I call for the 4 C's. And those are the call out, who is this video for? Then you have credibility, why should they listen to you? Then you have the compass, where are we going? And then you have the last one, which is core learning. And that is, what will they learn by the end of the video? And if you include these 4 things in your hook, you will already be better than most agents on YouTube. And then after the hook, we have the problem. This is where you make the viewer feel understood. You talk about the problem they are experiencing, the thing that they are confused about, the thing that they're worried about, the thing that they want to solve. So for example, in this course, my core problem is most real estate agents are not getting enough warm leads. That's the problem I'm solving. I spend so much time trying to figure out the best way to do so. And for your video, the problem could be most homeowners do not, get top dollar because they sell at the wrong time. Or it could be, most sellers lose money because they don't prepare their home in the wrong way. Or most homeowners don't know whether they should buy or sell first. So the problem makes the content relevant. Then we move on to the solution. And this is the main part of the video. This is where you teach, this is where you explain, and this is where you help them solve the problem. This is what the viewer actually came for. The hook gets the attention, the problem makes them feel understood, the solution gives them the value. And this is where you build trust. Because when you explain something clearly, people start to feel that you know what you're talking about. And at the end, you have the conclusion. Some people might also call this for the outro. This is where you summarize the most important lesson. You leave them with one strong takeaway. You could call it for one final punch. And then, if you can rehook them into another video. That's something that I do myself if you have looked at other videos on my channel. Because if someone has watched your video from start to finish, that usually means that they like what they are consuming. So don't just leave them like that. Send them to another video that might be valuable for them. For example, you could say, if you want to learn how to add more value before selling your home, watch this next video where I share simple ways to increase the perceived value of your home. Something like that. So the goal is to keep them spending more and more time with you and getting more value from you. Because remember, more time spent with you really means more trust, and more trust means more warm leads over time. So the rough structure for long form video is the hook, maybe 5 to 30 seconds, and then you can have the problem for maybe 30 to 60 seconds. You have the solution, maybe 5 to 7 minutes, and then you have the conclusion, maybe 1 to 2 minutes. So don't overcomplicate this. The most important things are good quality video, good quality audio, captions, and good eye contact with the camera. you want to have a clear title, you want to have a strong thumbnail, and a simple structure. And one final thing, you should be in the content. Not just AI crap, not an AI avatar, not some faceless thing that could be made by everyone. It should be you. Because you are the person they might hire someday. They need to see you, hear you, and feel how you think, and start trusting you. That is the point of long-form content. It's not just to share information, it's to let people spend real time with you. And that is why it is so powerful. Now you understand what to create, you know who you're targeting, you know what problems to talk about, you know what language to use, you know how to structure your post, and you know the main formats we're using. Now we move into the next level. How do we make the content better? Because creating content is step one, but creating content that people actually want to consume, content that builds trust, content that creates connection, and content that makes you memorable, that's the next level. So now we're going to talk about different content types. We have stories, hooks, storytelling, community, repurposing, and how to make your content stronger over time. So let's start with the different types of content. So now that we understand the formats, we need to understand the job each piece of content has. Because not every post should do the same thing. Some posts are there to teach, some posts are there to create connection, and some posts are there to prove that you are good. And then you combine all three. Your brand becomes much more stronger if you do so. Because if you only educate, people might learn from you, but not really feel deeply connected to you. But if you only create conversations, people might like you, but not fully understand your expertise. And if you only post proof, it can start to feel like you're only there to brag. So the key is to rotate between different types of content. That's what this section is all about. So now that we understand the basics of short-form content, we have long-form content, we need to understand the different types of content we're going to create. Because not every post has the same job. Some posts are there to educate, some posts are here to create conversation, and some posts are there to build credibility. So I like to think about content in three simple categories. So you have educational content, you have conversational content, and you have credibility content. So let's start with educational content. So educational content is simple. You help your potential clients solve problems. You answer questions, you explain things that they're confused about, you help them make better decisions. This is the type of content that makes people think, this person knows what they're talking about. For example, you could make an Instagram reel about, what could we take? 2 downsides of selling your home before buying something new. That is educational content because you're helping your potential client understand something important before they make a big decision. Then we have conversational content. The goal with conversational content is to engage with your audience, to make people feel involved, to make them feel seen, and to make them feel like they're a part of your world. This type of content is especially good for stories. For example, you could post an Instagram story and say, I'm listing this apartment on Friday. Which picture do you think should be the cover photo? Vote between these 4 options. And then you have option number 1, number 2, number 3, and number 4. That's conversational type of content because you're not just broadcasting, you're bringing people along and you're really engaging with them and letting them participate. And this is gold because when people interact with you, they feel closer to you. And when they feel closer to you, trust starts to build. And then we have credibility content. And the goal with credibility content is to show why you are worth listening to, why people should trust you, and why you're good at what you do. This could be results, happy clients, years of experience, market knowledge, behind the scenes work, It could even be testimonials, case studies, or stories that show your expertise. For example, you could create an Instagram post that says, "Just sold David's apartment for the highest square meter price on the street." And then you explain what you did to create that result. How you prepared the home, how you position it, how you created demand, and how you handled the process. And ideally, you pair it with a picture of you and David, the seller. That is credibility content, because it shows that a real person trusted you, you delivered a strong result, and the client was happy. That builds trust. So those are the three main types of content. Educational content helps people learn from you, conversational content helps people engage with you, and credibility content helps people to trust you. And moving forward, we're going to rotate between all three. Because if you only educate, people might trust your knowledge, but not feel like very connected to you. And if you only create conversation, people might like you, but not really understand your expertise. And if you only post credibility content, as I said before, it might feel like you're only there to brag. But when you combine all three of them, you become much more complete. You teach, you connect, you prove. And that is how your content starts building a stronger personal brand over time. One of the biggest benefits with Instagram stories is that they make it very easy to engage with your audience. In my opinion, there is no better tool on Instagram for creating simple, natural interactions with people. Because with stories, you can use polls, you can have questions, you can use sliders, you can ask for opinions, you can bring people into your world, and you can make them feel involved. And that is very powerful, because stories are not only about showing what you're doing, they're about helping people feel like they know you a little better. The real you, the person behind the agent, your work, your thoughts, your day, your personality, you're behind the scenes. And when people get a glimpse of that feeling, they start to build a deeper connection with you. So the main goal with Instagram stories is simple: to create more connection with your audience. And one of the smartest ways of doing that is by engaging with them. Not just posting at them, but involving them. So let me give you a few clear examples. Example number 1, let them help you choose the cover photo for the next listing. Maybe you have 3 strong pictures. You have picture 1, picture 2, picture 3 that you're not sure which one you should pick. Post it and ask them, which one should we use as the cover photo? And then let your audience vote. This does 2 things. So first, it creates engagement with your audience. Second, it can actually give you useful feedback. And if you can even tell your seller, I just tested this with my audience and this one got the best response. That is simple, but very smart. Example number 2 on how to engage people with the stories is to do a classic Q&A a few times per month. Let people ask you questions about the market, selling, buying, the area you operate in, even your work as a real estate agent, or even your personal life if you're comfortable with that. Then you answer as many questions as possible. This is great because it gives people value. They also get a better feeling of how you think, and that builds trust. Example number 3, use polls to understand what your audience wants more of. For example, you can ask, what do you want to see more from me? More market updates, more selling tips, more hidden gems in the area, maybe more behind the scenes work from my work, more personal content perhaps. This helps you understand your audience better. And at the same time, it makes them feel involved in the content you create. That's a win-win. So remember, stories are not only for posting random moments, it's about connection. They help your audience feel closer to you. They make people interact with you, and they make your personal brand feel more human. So if Instagram Reels help you reach more people, Instagram Stories help the right people feel closer to you, and that is why stories matter. So when it comes to Instagram Stories, I do not want you to just post randomly. I want you to think in different kind of buckets. Because if you use stories the right way, they don't just disappear after 24 hours as they normally do. They become trust assets on your profile, especially when you save the best ones into highlights. So the 4 story buckets I recommend are: first out, sellers and buyers; number 2, recommendations; number 3, work; and number 4, off duty. So let's start with the first one, sellers and buyers. This is one of the most important types of content you can create as a real estate agent. And it's very simple. Every time you sign a deal, every time a home is sold, try to take a picture together with the sellers and the buyers, with you in the picture. This is pure gold because it shows real people, a real transaction, a real moment, real trust, and what is also called for social proof. This type of content can bring you a lot of warm leads over time because people see that other real human beings are trusting you with one of the biggest decisions of their lives. So don't skip this one. And one important detail, make sure your clients look good in the picture as well. And honestly, that is almost more important than how you look. Because if you tag them afterwards and they feel that they look good, the chance that they repost it becomes much higher. And when they repost it on Instagram, for example, you reach their network as well. So after the contract is signed, you can say something like this: big congratulations, I hope you are all very happy. I always take a picture with my sellers and buyers to keep this as a memory from the sale, both for you and for me. I will just grab a colleague quickly so we can take a picture together of this lovely moment. Simple, natural, not weird at all. So this was just an example from my side, and you can try out what works for you. And the reason this works well is because you frame it as something you always do. It becomes part of the process. Then you grab a colleague, you find good lighting, you frame the picture nicely. And then you take many pictures. Not just one, not just 2, think like 20, 30, 40. Because in this case, quantity creates quality. Because some will look bad, some will look okay, and a very few ones will look very good. And after the picture you can say, perfect, thank you, I will send it to you on Instagram and tag you, and do not forget to celebrate tonight. Something like that. And then you post it on your story, write something simple and nice. For example, thank you for the trust in the process, or maybe something more exciting. Big congratulations to both seller and buyer. Then you tag the clients if they're comfortable with that. And if it fits your style, maybe you can add a song as well. Something calm, classy, and safe. Also, small practical tip. Take the picture vertically, not with the phone turned sideways. You want it vertically, because vertical works much better for Instagram stories. And if you don't know your client's Instagram handle, just send them a message afterwards. Now, one bonus tip. If you feel uncomfortable asking for a picture, or if you want to make it feel more natural, you can give the client something small and meaningful. For example, I once gave a seller a hockey jersey from a team he loved, and he was super happy. And then it becomes very natural to say, should we take a picture together with it? Something like that. And that made the whole moment much easier. So that's the first bucket. Sellers and buyers. Now the second bucket is recommendations. And this is also very important because most of you are probably have some kind of way for sellers or buyers to leave a review after the process. Maybe through a third-party site, maybe through your firm's internal system, maybe through Google, maybe through something else. Every time you get a positive review, share it on your story and save the best ones in your recommendations highlight. This is very powerful because it shows that other people have worked with you and had a great experience. And again, that builds trust. Now, one thing here. You do not need to save every single review forever if you have hundreds of them. If you have worked for many years and have 300 reviews, the goal is not to make someone scroll through 300 stories in your highlight. Instead, we focus on saving the best and the most relevant ones. For example, your latest reviews. Your strong reviews, reviews from clients that represent the type of clients you want to have more of. And reviews that say something specific. Because a review that says, great agent is good. But a review that really says, Niklas helped us prepare the home, created a clear strategy, and got us a better result than we ever could expect. That's much stronger. So post every good review as a story if you want, but save the best ones in your highlight. And when the review is recent, and if it makes sense, tag the client as well. That just adds some transparency. Because now people can see there's a real human being behind that review. And when you combine pictures with sellers and buyers with real recommendations, you build a very strong layer of social proof. And this is pure gold. And the third bucket is work. This is everything connected to your work that does not fit into sellers and buyers or recommendations. For example, it could be a Q&A that you have with your audience, a behind the scenes moment from a showing, preparing for a client meeting, walking through a cool building when you are in your day-to-day life, maybe talking about the market, showing your office life, etc. I think you get the point. So this bucket helps people understand how you work. It gives them a behind-the-scenes look at your business, and it makes your work feel more real. And the fourth bucket is off-duty. This is everything that is not directly tied to work. It might be your hobbies, your workouts, your vacation, your friends, your family, if you're comfortable with that, the interest you have, more kind of things that is tied to your personality. So the things that show you as a person, not only as a real estate agent. And this matters because people do not only want to work with someone competent, they also want to work with someone that they feel that they like and feel connected to. So off-duty content makes your brand more human, and that's very important. And now, when it comes to how often you should post in each bucket, keep it simple. Always post sellers and buyers when a deal is signed if the clients are comfortable with it. Always post a strong recommendation when you get them, and then during the week, sprinkle your work stories and off-duty stories. So you really don't have to overthink this, but you should be intentional. Because the goal with stories is not just to post random things, the goal is to build connection and trust over time. So to summarize, there are 4 story buckets. You have the sellers and buyers, you have the recommendations, you have work, and off-duty. The sellers and buyers, they show the real transactions, the recommendations show social proof, and work shows how you operate, and off-duty shows who you really are as a person. Together, these 4 buckets make your Instagram profile feel much more complete. So, as you understand by now, there are a lot of things you can create content about, but I want to highlight a few things that are extra important. These are the things you should always create content about when you get the chance, because some content opportunities are just too valuable to miss. And one of the biggest ones is after a sale. So every time after you sell a home, you have a golden opportunity to create trust building content, because you're not just saying, I'm a good real estate agent, you're really showing it. You're showing a real result, a real client, a real process, a real moment. And that is very powerful. So there are 3 things I recommend that you create after every single sale. First, take a picture with the seller and the buyer. We have talked about this in the previous section before. And after the contract is signed, try to take a picture together with the seller and the buyer. Then post it as an Instagram story. Tag them if they are comfortable with that. And then write something simple and genuine like, thank you for the trust in the process. This creates social proof. It shows that real people are trusting you, and it makes your business feel alive. Second, create a case study from each sale. This can be an Instagram reel, this can be a normal Instagram post, even a carousel, or even a longer video if the sale has a really good story behind it. So the goal is to explain what happened in the process. For example, what was the starting point, what was the challenge the seller had, what strategy did you use, how did you prepare the home, what was the results, what can maybe even other sellers learn from this sale. This is very important because every time you help a client successfully, you should turn that success into content. Not to brag, but to show people how you work, to show the way you think and to show your process and show why hiring you creates value. Because if someone follows you and are thinking about selling, this type of content is gold. They can see, okay, this agent knows exactly what they're doing, and I want that kind of results too. This is why case studies are so powerful. Third, share the review when you get it. Usually after the sale or after the key handover, the seller or the buyer may leave a review. And when you get a positive review, use it wisely. Post it on Instagram, as a story. Save the best ones in your recommendations highlight that we just talked about before. And if it makes sense, tag the client too. Because reviews are powerful. It's one of the things that say that you are good. It is another thing when someone else says it for you. So that builds credibility. So to summarize, after every sale, there are 3 high leverage content moves. Number 1, take a picture with the seller and the buyer. You tag them and share it as a story. Number 2, create a case study where you explain how you help the client and what others can learn from the process as well. Number 3, share the review when you get it. These are the 3 of the highest leverage content pieces you can create as a real estate agent because they show proof. They build trust and they help future clients imagine getting the same results with you. So whenever you complete a successful sale, don't just move on to the next one. Turn that sale into content. Because every successful sale should become proof so you can start getting more warm leads over time. And now I want to give you a simple rule for how to think about your content over time. I call it the 70-20-10 rule. And the idea is very simple. 70% of your content should be things you know work. In the beginning, you will not exactly know what that is yet. So you need to test. But over time, you will start seeing patterns. You will notice what gets attention, what builds trust, what creates conversations, and what makes people reach out. And when you find something that works, you do more of it. That's your 70%. Then we'll have the next 20%. So the 20% of your content should be small tweaks to what already works. So instead of doing something completely new, you take something that already performed well and you change it slightly. Maybe it's a new hook, maybe it's a new angle, maybe it's a new format, a shorter version, maybe a longer version. It could be a different example, a different story. But you're still staying close to what works. The same kind of topics, for example. But you are improving it. You're fine-tuning it. Testing small changes. And then we have the last 10%. And the 10% of your content should be pure experimentation. This is where you try something new. This is where it could be a little bit wild and crazy. And this could be something that you might feel is slightly uncomfortable. Something that really pushes you out of your normal way of creating. And I really believe this part is very important because if you never experiment, you stop growing. And if you stop growing, your content can become too predictable. It's too safe, it's too boring. So the 10% is where you allow yourself to test, to be really creative. And honestly, this is the part I'm excited about myself. So try something that might not work, that's totally okay. But the best case scenario is that you unlock a new kind of way of making content that is very powerful. So let's say that you make 10 pieces of content a month. 7 of those should be content types you already know work. And 2 of those should be small tweaks or improvements on what already works. And 1 of those should be an experiment. Something new, something a little bit outside the box. Something that makes you really think, I don't really know if this is gonna work, but heck it, let's try. So let me give you an example from my own life. For over 2.5 years of LinkedIn, I had never posted video content. I tried normal text post, picture post, polls, carousels, PDF styles, I've tried a lot of different formats, but I had not really tried video yet. And that is kind of funny because at the time I had already been making YouTube videos for over a year. But posting video on LinkedIn still felt a little bit scary for me. It felt different, it felt a little bit uncomfortable, but one day I thought, okay, I just need to try this. So I did, and in my eyes, it performed very well. And because of that one experiment, I now usually post a video on LinkedIn every single Friday. But if I had never tested that before, I would probably still not be posting videos there today. So that is why the 10% matters. Sometimes one experiment can become part of your normal content system. So if you don't know what you should experiment with, look around, what are other agents doing, look at, what maybe I'm doing, look at other creators, what are they doing. So I think it's very easy to find inspiration from other people and look at what are other good people doing and try it yourself. Is there a way I can do this but a version for myself? So you really don't have to copy people, but you can learn a lot from them. You can borrow formats, you can, maybe try new angles, you can try, a new way of saying things. And the best mindset here is simple. You have nothing to lose and everything to win. Because if the experiment does not work, fine, you'll learn something anyways. But if it really does work, it can become a part of your new content engine. So use the 70-20-10 rule. 70% is proven, 20% is improved, and the last 10% is pure experimental. And that is how you stay consistent while still giving yourself room to grow. And now we need to talk about the part of your content that decides if people even give you a chance. And you might guess it, the hook. Because if the hook does not work, the rest of the content does not matter. And you can have the best lesson, you can have the best story, the best market insight, the best advice. But if people do not stop, if they don't click, and if they don't keep watching, they will never experience the value you have to share. So I really want you to understand that the hook is not just a small detail. It is the doorway into the content. And if that doorway is weak, most people will never walk in. So we have talked about the hook before, but now I want to go a little bit deeper. Why? Because the hook is one of the most important parts of every piece of content you create. So first, let's repeat what a hook actually is. So the hook is the beginning of your content. If you write a post on LinkedIn, it's your first sentence. If you make a video, it's the first few seconds. And if you create a YouTube video, it's not only the first few seconds of the video, it's also the title and the thumbnail, aka the packaging. Because those are the things that make people decide if they should click or keep scrolling. In simple words, the hook is the first impression. It is the first glimpse people get of your content. And this matters a lot. Because if you can make the best piece of content in the world, but if the hook is weak, most people will never see the rest. So imagine you're spending 10 hours on something and no one will watch. They will scroll past it, they won't even click, they won't watch, and they won't read what you have to say. And if they don't consume that content, it's impossible to build trust. So the hook is not just some small detail, it's what gives your content a chance. So now, how do we make strong hooks? So this is the way I look at things. For video content, I like to use something that is called the 4 C's. And the 4 C's are call out, credibility, compass, and core learning. And I have talked a little bit about it before, but I really want to break them down. So the call out means, who is this for? You want the right person to instantly feel, wow, this is for me. For example, if you are a homeowner in area X, or if you're thinking about selling your home this year, this is a call out. And then we have the credibility. And credibility means, why the heck should they listen to you? This does not need to be arrogant, but it can be simple. Maybe you have worked in the area for 5 years. Maybe you have sold a lot of homes there. Maybe you have helped a client in the exact situation you're talking about. Maybe you have seen the problem over and over again. You just need to give the viewer a reason to trust that you know what you're talking about. And then we have the next one, which is the compass. And the compass means, where are we going? What is this content about? What direction are you taking them in? People should quickly understand that, okay, this is about this, and if they're reading something, what are they going to understand? And then we have the core learning. And the core learning means, what will they learn if they stay? What is of the value? What's the payoff? Why should they keep watching? When you include these 4 things, you make it much easier for the right person to stop and pay attention. Because they know, okay, this is for me, this person knows what they're talking about, I understand where this is going, and I know what I will get if I keep watching. And that, in my eyes, is a strong hook. So the 4 C's again are call out, credibility, compass, and core learning. And all of these should ideally be included in the beginning of your videos, especially your long form videos. Because when you do that, you maximize the chances that the right people get attracted to your content. Now, let me give you an example. You can go back and look at what hook I have for this whole course. And if you listen closely, you will see that the hook is not random. It tells you who this is for, it gives you a reason to listen, it tells you where we're going, and it tells you what you will learn. That is the 4 C's in action. Another example is from one of my best performing LinkedIn posts ever. The hook was, do real estate agents work all the time? That hook worked because it created immediate curiosity. It made the right people stop, and it made them want to read the next line. That's the job of the hook. Not to explain everything, not to teach the full lesson, just to create enough attention that people actually consume the content. So moving forward, do not treat the hook like an afterthought. Spend time on it, rewrite it, test different type of versions, especially on important content that you make. Because sometimes the difference between a post that gets ignored and the post creates a real attention is the first sentence. Or if it's a video, the first 5 seconds. That's how important the hook is. So the simple takeaway is this. If people do not stop, they can't consume. And if they don't consume, they can't trust you. And if they can't trust you, well, they will not become warm leads. So that's why the hook matters. Now that we've talked about getting attention, we need to talk about keeping attention. And that is storytelling. Because a hook makes people stop, but storytelling makes people stay. The hook can get them into the content, but the story makes them want to keep reading. Keep watching, keep feeling something extra. And this is very important because if you want to create great content, you need to become better at telling stories. And there is a reason for that. Because we, as humans, were wired to like stories. Since we were kids, stories have been part of our lives. Our parents told us stories before going to bed. Movies use stories to keep us interested for 2 hours. Books use stories to make us keep turning the page. Even conversations with friends are often built around stories. So if you want people to actually care about your content, you need to understand the power of storytelling. Because storytelling is what makes your content interesting to consume. Let me give you a bad example. You post a picture of a home and the caption is sold. That's it. And of course, there's nothing wrong with showing you have sold something, but there is no story attached to it. So there is no context. How long did it take? Was it difficult? What was the strategy? Who bought it? What did the sellers feel? What made this sale special? Why should anyone even care? Without the story, it becomes just another sold post. Now let me give you a better example. The same picture of the home, but instead the post starts with this. This home took me 18 months to sell. Here is why. Now I want to know more. Or, yesterday we signed contract for this home on street X. When the buyer left, the seller were in tears. Now there's emotion, there's curiosity, now there's a reason to keep reading. Then you can continue on, they could not believe it. And honestly, almost neither could I. because this was not a normal sale, and then you can tell the story. What happened, what made it difficult, what you did differently, what the result was, and what lesson other sellers can learn from it. Do you see the difference? So the first version says sold. The second version makes people feel something. That's the power of storytelling. Because when you tell a story, you give people context. You create emotion, you make the content easier to remember, and you make people more likely to keep reading or watching. So storytelling is not just about making things dramatic just to be dramatic. It's about making your content more interesting and meaningful. It's about taking something that happened and presenting it in a way that people actually want to consume. Because the truth is, you might have something valuable to share, but if you don't structure it in an interesting way, many people will never consume it. And if they don't consume it, as you know by now, it can't build trust. So the lesson is simple. Don't just share the result, share the story behind the result. Don't just say sold, explain what happened, what was the challenge, what did you do, what did the client feel, what was the result, what can others learn from this thing. So this is really how you turn normal content into interesting content. And over time, the better you become at storytelling, the more people will want to consume your content. And the more they consume your content, the more time they spend with you. And the more trust you build. And the more warm leads you can create over time. So remember this. Facts tell people what happened. Stories makes people care. Because people don't always remember exactly what you said, but they remember how you made them feel. One of the biggest mindset shifts you can make when building a personal brand is going from content first to community first. And what do I mean by that? Well, a lot of people think that the goal is just to post content. So they think in terms of, post more, get more views, get more likes, get more followers. But that's not really the goal. The real goal is to serve your target audience, your potential clients. Because the better you become at serving your potential clients, the more trust you build and the more conversations you create. And the more warm leads you get as well. And in the end, you make a lot more money. But it all starts with service. Too many people create content from the mindset of, I want this, I want more followers, I want more attention, I want more leads, I want more clients. And of course you want those things. That is a very normal thing to want. But if you want to become really successful, you need to flip the order. First you help, then you receive. First you serve, then you earn trust. First you create value, then the warm leads come as a consequence. So yes, know what you want, but if you're watching this course, I'm guessing one of the things you want is more warm leads. But the way to get there is not only think about yourself. The way to get there is to ask, how can I help my potential clients more than any other agent in my market? That's the community first mindset. You stop making content just for yourself and you start making content for your people, for the homeowners in your area, for the sellers who feel unsure, for the buyers who are confused, and for the people who don't know when to sell, for the people who don't know how to prepare their home, and for the people in your area that want to make smart decisions but don't even know where to start. So that is who you are serving. And when you think like that, your content becomes much better. Because now you're not just posting to be seen, you're posting to be useful. You're not just trying to look good, you're trying to help. And you're not just talking about yourself, you're creating content that actually matters to the people you want to reach. And this also changes the way you communicate. Instead of talking at people, you start talking with people. Big difference. So you ask questions, you listen, you respond, you make people feel involved. You create content based on what they actually care about. You make them feel seen, and that is powerful. Because no one likes to feel like they're being yelled at. No one wants to feel like they're just being sold to. People want to feel understood. So when you create content, don't shout, don't try to impress people, don't just try to make it about yourself. Speak with a calm tone, be useful, be human, be someone people actually want to spend time with. That is how you build a community-first personal brand. And over time, that is when your brand starts to become really powerful. Because people don't just follow you, they feel connected to you. They feel helped by you, and they feel like you really understand them. And when the time comes for them to sell, or when they know someone who needs a real estate agent, you're much more likely to be the person they think of first. So remember, content first is about posting, community first is about serving. And if you serve people well enough, the warm leads will come as a result. So this is one of the things that can take you from rookie to a pro, repurposing content. And first, what do I mean by that? Very simple. It means taking a piece of content that you have already created before and using it again. Sometimes in the exact same format. Sometimes with a small tweak, sometimes on another platform, but the principle is the same. You don't always need to create something new, because if a piece of content already worked very well once, there's a good chance it can work again. For example, look at your best performing content from the last 12 months. Pick your best 5 videos or posts, then ask yourself, which of these did I post around 3 months ago or longer? And then repost one of them. Maybe exactly as it is, or maybe with a slightly improved hook, title, caption, or example. This is very smart because it gives you more leverage from the work you have already done. And honestly, the first time I heard about this concept, I thought it was a little bit cringe because I thought, why would I post the same thing again? But then I realized something. Most people don't even remember what you posted 3 months ago. So let me give you a little bit of a thought experiment. Think about your absolute best friend. What was the last post they shared on Instagram? Do you really know that without checking your phone? Probably not. And that's your best friend. Now imagine random people in your market, potential clients, people who barely know you yet. Do you really think that they will remember exactly what you posted 3 months ago? Of course not. Most people don't see everything you post, and even if they see it once, they probably will not remember it perfectly. So reposting good content, it's not weird, it is very smart, especially if the content was valuable, because the message might reach new people, or it might reach the same people at a better time. Maybe they were not thinking about selling 3 months ago, but now they are. Maybe they ignored the first post the first time, but this time it really lands. That's why repurposing works. And the best part is, very often the repost can perform just as well as the first time, sometimes even better. So if a post worked before, don't just let it die, use it again. You already did the hard work, you already created the idea, you have already tested it, and the market already showed you that it worked. So give it another chance. It's almost like getting another shot at an open goal. So moving forward, build this into your content system. Every month, look at your best performing content. Find out what worked, repurpose it, repost it, improve it. Use it again. Don't be afraid to do this because professionals don't always create more from scratch. They get more out of what already works. And this is how you create leverage. A word, as you know by now, I really love. And this is a very important thing to be addressing, because when I started building my personal brand, this was one of the things I thought about. I heard smart people say, create one short form video and then post it on every single platform. And this is something we need to take a deep dive on. So they said Instagram, TikTok, YouTube Shorts, Facebook, LinkedIn, you should be everywhere. And at first, when I built my brand, I thought, bingo. That sounds like insane leverage. You create one video once, and then you post it on 5 platforms at the same time. And you might think, that sounds very smart. But my honest recommendation is, don't start there. Because yes, in theory, posting on many platforms give you more reach, But in reality, for most people, it creates more complexity. More things to manage, more comments to answer, more platforms to understand, more analytics to check, more pressure, and more friction. And when more friction goes up, consistency usually goes down. So instead of trying to be everywhere, I want you to focus on mastering one short-form platform and one long-form platform. And for this course, as you know by now, that means Instagram for short-form and YouTube for long-form. That's enough. Master that first, build the habit, understand the platforms, create the content, get better, start getting warm leads. And once you're actually getting results, once you have a system that works, once you're getting a strong flow of warm leads, then you can think about expanding to more platforms. But most likely, you are not there yet. And that's okay. Trying to post everywhere too early is like trying to bench press 100 kilos when you can only lift 50. You might want to do it, you might think it looks cool, but you're probably going to break. No bueno. So don't try to scale chaos. First, build a simple system that works, and then you can scale it. The goal is not to be everywhere, the goal is to be consistent where it actually matters the most. So to summarize, use one short-form platform, use one long-form platform, and for this course, Instagram and YouTube. You should master those first, then later, if it makes sense, you can expand. But for now, keep it simple, because simple gets done. And now I want to connect everything we have just talked about, because content is not separated from the ABC engine. As we know by now, content is the fuel. Your organic content is what builds your personal brand, and your personal brand is what attracts people. It is what helps them spend time with you, and it's what builds trust with them. And that is what makes the entire ABC engine work. Because without organic content, there's no fuel, and if there's no fuel, the engine can't run. Or said in a very simple way, if your content is weak and your personal brand is weak, you will probably not get many warm leads. And the leads you get, they might still feel cold. They might not know you that well, they might not trust you that much, they might still compare you mainly on the fee. And that is not the position you want to be in, but when your organic content is strong, everything changes. More people discover you, more people start following you, and more people spend actually time with you. More people want to trust you, and more people enter your newsletter. And that's very important. And in the end, more people become warm leads, and more people are already leaning toward choosing you before the client meeting. That is why this matters so much. The better your organic content becomes, the smoother the ABC engine runs. And the smoother the engine runs, the more warm leads you can create. And not just a tiny fraction more, a lot more. Because now everything is working together. Your content attracts, your content builds trust, and your ads convert attention into email subscribers, and your newsletter builds even more trust, and the CTAs you have create warm leads. And your trust video makes the meeting easier. And then you get the chance to do your thing in the client meeting. That's the whole system. So don't just look at content as just posting, look at content as the thing that powers everything. Because if you get this part right, you're no longer just another real estate agent posting randomly online. You're building a real system. A system that creates attention, builds trust, creates warm leads, and gives you a serious edge against your competitors. That is why content is the fuel. And now that you understand that content is the fuel, we need to connect it back to the real goal. Warm leads. Because the goal is not just to make better content, the goal is to make better content that creates trust and eventually turns into business, aka money. So now we're moving into the final part of the content section. How content turns into leads. This is where we talk about Goodwill, getting to your first 100 posts, dealing with negativity, CTAs, email newsletter, short form ads, ManyChat, the trust video, and how to review what is working. So let's start with one of the most important principles, the Goodwill bank account. And now I want to explain why giving value actually works. Because some agents that have watched this right now might think, well, if I give away too much for free, why would anyone hire me? But that is the wrong way to think, because when you give value in the right way, you build what is called goodwill. And goodwill creates trust, and trust creates warm leads. That is what this section is about. Because one of the main goals with creating content is to build as much goodwill as possible with as many of your potential clients as possible. Because when you do that, people are much more likely to trust you. They're much more likely to remember you, and they're much more likely to act when you actually give them a clear offer or a call to action. This is connected to something called reciprocity. And that's a fancy word, so what do I really mean by reciprocity? So let me explain, and I will give you an example. Imagine you get a new colleague at work, and on your first day, they buy you lunch. You say thank you, very nice. Then the next week, they buy you lunch again. And the week after that, they do it again and again and again. At first, you're just grateful. Well, a free lunch, that's very kind. But after a while, something starts to happen. You start to think, now I really want to give back somehow. Maybe you offer to pay this time. Maybe you want to help them back with something. Maybe you want to return the favor in some way. And why does that happen? Because we as humans, we're wired to want to give back to people who help us. When someone gives us value, we feel naturally a stronger desire to give value back. And that is reciprocity. And this is very important to understand when it comes to content. Because every time you post something valuable, every time you help your potential clients understand something, every time you solve a problem, and every time you make a confusing decision easier, you give your potential clients clarity. And you make a small deposit into your Goodwill bank account. And you're not asking for anything immediately in return. You're just helping, you're giving value, you're building trust with time. And after a while, those small deposits compound. One post might not change everything. One video might not create a warm lead instantly. One newsletter might not just make someone call you the same day. But if people keep getting value from you over and over again, something starts to happen. They start to see you as helpful. They start to see you as knowledgeable. They start to see you as someone that is trustworthy. They start to feel like this person actually helps me. And when the time comes to sell, or they know someone that needs an agent, you're much more likely to be the person they think of, because you have already helped them. You have already given them value, and you have already built goodwill. And what is one of the best ways for them to give back? They can use your service, or they recommend someone who needs your service. That's the goal. So that's why organic content is so powerful. It allows you to create goodwill at scale. You're helping one person, but also 10, 100, 1,000 people, even more, all from one piece of content. And when you do that consistently, your content stops being just random posts on the internet. It becomes a goodwill machine. It builds trust, it builds connection, and it builds reciprocity. And over time, it creates warm leads. So remember this, every valuable piece of content is a deposit. And the more deposits you make, the stronger your Goodwill bank account becomes. And that is why we create content with value first. Not because we want to be nice for no reason, but because helping people first is one of the smartest business strategies you can have. Now, Goodwill is built through repetition. One valuable post is good, but one valuable post is not enough. And if you want this to actually work, you need reps, you need volume, you need to start building the habit. And that is why your first big mission is simple. You go from 0 to 100. And when you start implementing this, I want you to have one main goal. Get yourself to 100 posts. That's it. 100 short form posts, not 100 perfect posts, not 100 viral posts, not even 100 posts that all get amazing engagement, just 100 posts. Because right now, the most important thing is not to overthink everything. The most important thing is to start for real, to get the reps in, to learn, to improve, to understand what works, and to understand what does not work, to get comfortable showing up, and to actually get the ball going. So the goal is simple. You go from 0 to 100. And later, when you start taking long-form content seriously, the same thing applies there. Get yourself from 0 to 100 long-form videos, because that's where the real learning starts to happen. And one of the biggest reasons why most people quit is because they focus on the wrong things too early. They want to, hit a certain number of likes, they want to hit a certain number of followers, a certain number of views, or a certain number of leads. And of course, those things matter eventually. But we are building this to get more warm leads. I know that. But in the beginning, those numbers should not be your main focus. Because if you judge too early, you might quit too soon. And that would be a huge mistake. So in the beginning, your job is to build the habit. Your job is to create the volume. Your job is to get the feedback. Your job is to improve with every post. Because after 100 posts, you will be a completely different content creator than you are today. And you will understand your audience better, you will understand your voice better, and you understand your topics that you use better. Because you will have a real data. No guesses. So yes, later we can focus on likes, we can focus on followers, the views, and how many leads you're getting. But all of that, in the beginning, you have to start with the reps. Get yourself to 100, then we can focus on the other things. Because really, you can't optimize something that doesn't even exist. And if you have only posted 5 or 10 times, you don't really have enough data to see what works yet. So don't just ask, why I'm not getting enough leads after 3 posts. Ask, have I done my 100 reps? That's really the mindset you should have moving forward. Because 100 posts is not just the finish line, it's the entry ticket. It's how you start taking this seriously. So your first mission is very simple. You go from 0 to 100 short form posts. And when you get there, then we can start to optimize properly. But until then, your job is to show up. You should create, you should post, you should learn, you should improve, and most importantly, keep on going. That is how you get started for real. And when you start posting more, when you start becoming more visible, there is one thing we should talk about before it happens. Negativity. Because if we talk about it now, it becomes much more less scary when it happens. So let's talk about dealing with negativity. So this is a very important thing to talk about before it happens. Because if you start posting online consistently, there's always a chance sooner or later someone writes something negative. And I want you to know exactly how to handle it. My view on this is very simple. I have a zero tolerance policy for haters on the internet. If someone comments something rude, something negative, something disrespectful, or something you're simply not okay with, don't just spend your time arguing with them. Don't try to win them over. Don't let them ruin your day. Just restrict them. On Instagram, you can click on the comment and restrict that person. And the beautiful thing with that is that the person who gets that don't even realize it. From their side, it can still look like their comment is there. But for everyone else, it's hidden. So it's basically like removing the negativity without creating more drama. In my eyes, a genius move. This is the important thing because your energy matters. If you spend your energy arguing with random people online, you're taking energy away from the people you actually want to help. Your potential clients, your audience, your community. The people who are there for the right reasons. So my rule is simple. If someone is rude or disrespectful, restrict, move on. Don't make it into a big thing. Don't take it personal. And don't let one negative person stop you from helping hundreds or thousands of people that is the right ones. Because the more visible you become, the more opinions people will have. But you don't need to give every opinion your attention. So remember this, you gotta protect your energy, you gotta protect the comment section, and keep creating. Because the life is too short to spend time arguing with people who are not your people. Now we're moving from content into conversion. Because up until now, we have talked about a lot of things that attract attention, and it's about building trust. We have talked about organic content, personal branding, stories, hooks, Goodwill, and helping your potential clients for free. But at some point, that attention and trust needs to turn into action. Because the goal is not only that people watch your content, the goal is not only that people will like your posts, and the goal is not only that people think, this is nice content. The goal is that the right people eventually take the next step. They join your newsletter, they reply to your email, they book a meeting with you, they become a warm lead. And that is where the CTAs come in. And the way you create a CTA will show if you are a rookie or if you are a pro. So first of all, let's recap. What does CTA stand for? CTA stands for call to action. And a call to action is simply when you tell people what to do next. It could be click here, join this, reply to this email, book a call, download this guide, sign up here. Those are CTAs. And if you're a real estate agent, you obviously want people to take action when they're in the need of the service you provide. You want them to contact you, and you want them to book a meeting with you, and you want them to ask for your help. You want them to really choose you as their agent. So CTAs are important. But the way you use CTAs will show if you are a rookie or if you really are a pro. And my goal is to help you being a pro. Because there's a big mistake I see a lot of real estate agents make. They post something on social media like, hi, send me a DM if you want a free valuation. Or they post things such as, thinking about selling, contact me for a free valuation. And that is basically the whole post. Maybe with a random picture. And I want to be very clear here. This is not the way we're going to be using content. Because if every post you post is just you asking people to contact you, you start sounding like every other agent. You're not building a strong brand. You have not, building strong trust. You're not giving value. You're just there yelling. You're asking for things in return. And if you only ask for things without giving enough first, most people will not care. Maybe this worked in 2010, but today it's not enough. So moving forward, I don't want you to make the normal organic post where you see things like, I want a free valuation, like send me a DM. Or if you are in need to get a market update, send me a DM. Like, that is not the game we're playing here. The mindset I want you to adopt is this. You should be giving in public and you should be selling in private. So in public, throughout your organic content, you give value, you educate, you help people, you tell stories, you make sure to build the trust, you show how you think, and you build your personal brand. That's public. And that is where we give. Then in private, or in more intentional parts of the system, we use CTAs. This is where selling happens in a smarter way. So where should we use CTAs? There are three main places. So the first place is your email newsletter, but don't do it every week. In the beginning, I will not use heavy CTAs too often, because your main focus should be growth, trust, and value, and not squeezing your audience for short-term wins. A good starting point is to use a stronger CTA around 4 times per year, around once per quarter. That is enough to create business opportunities without making your newsletter feel like it's only there to sell. And the second place, this is your long form content. For example, in a YouTube video. You can include one CTA either somewhere in the middle or at the end of that video. But again, keep it natural. Don't make the whole video feel like it's an ad. You make sure you give value first, then give the right people the next step. And the third place we use CTAs, and where the real magic happens, it's in the Instagram ad we create later in the system. Because that ad is designed for a clear purpose, to turn warm attention into action, to get people to take the next step, to join your newsletter, to download something that's valuable, to move deeper into your world. That is where CTAs become very powerful. So again, don't forget, you give in public, you sell in private, and let me give you a good example of a CTA. You could say something like this. If you want to understand the market in Area X better, I've created a free email newsletter where I share updates, insights, and advice for homeowners in the area. If you want to join, click here. That is, in my eyes, a good CTA. And you might think, why? Because it gives them something valuable, and it's not desperate, it's not pushy at all. It's not, hi, I'm over here, please hire me. It's simply saying, if this is useful for you, here is the next step. Now I want to throw in a bad example as well. This could be, if you want a free evaluation, send me a DM. And that is the whole post. No value, no story, no education, no trust building, just an ask. And that is what I want you to avoid. Because your organic content should not feel like one long sales pitch. Your organic content should make people think, this person is helpful. This person really knows the market. And this is a person that explains things clearly. And most importantly, this person seems like someone who is trustworthy. And then when the CTA comes in the right place, at the right time, with the right offer, it works much better. Because by then, you have already built goodwill. You have already built trust. You have already given value first. And now the CTA is not annoying. It is actually helpful. It gives them a clear next step. So to summarize this, a CTA means call to action. It tells people what to do next. But don't use CTAs like a rookie. Don't just make organic content, posts that desperately ask for a free valuation. Instead, remember these two important things. You give in public and you sell in private. And the only ways you use CTAs is in your Instagram ad, your email newsletter, and sometimes in your long form content. That is how you use CTAs in a smart way. Now we're going to talk about one of the most valuable assets you can build as a real estate agent, your email newsletter. Because social media is powerful, but you do not own the algorithm. So that means you do not fully control who sees your post. You don't fully control who gets your video recommendations. And it's not 100% in your control if Instagram or YouTube decides to show your content to the right people. But with an email newsletter, you create a more direct line to your potential clients. And over time, that can become insanely valuable. Because every person who joins your newsletter becomes a part of your audience that you can reach again and again with one click of a button. Not only when the algorithm feels like it, but when you decide to send them value. That is why this section matters so much. Because an email newsletter is not just another content channel, it is one of the most important parts of the ABC engine. It is where attention becomes trust. It's where trust becomes top of mind, and it's where top of mind can turn into warm leads. So let's talk about it. One of the most valuable assets you can build as a real estate agent, if you want more warm leads and you want to make a ton of money over time, is, as I said, the email newsletter. And honestly, this might be one of the most valuable things you can build in this entire course. Because an email newsletter becomes more and more valuable with time. Every month, the list can grow. Every year, the list can grow. And as more potential clients join your newsletter, you create a bigger and bigger audience of people you can reach directly. And that, as you understand, is powerful. Because your email newsletter is your direct line to your potential clients. You're not just only hoping that Instagram shows them your posts. You're not just hoping that YouTube recommends your videos. You have a way to reach them directly. And when you do this well, your newsletter becomes one of the smartest ways to stay top of mind and to build trust and create more warm leads over time. And now you might be thinking, what should I write in the emails? It's very simple. As we know by now, you should use the mega list we have talked about earlier. The list you created with problems, questions, and pain points your potential clients have. Those are your topics that you write about. And you could be writing about things like, when's the best time to sell? Should you sell first or buy first? How do you prepare your home before selling? What are some very important mistakes that sellers should avoid? What is happening in the local market right now? And what should homeowners in your area pay attention to right now? And the same rule applies here as with every other piece of content. You should help your potential clients make better decisions. That's the goal. And now, when it comes to the length, keep it short. My recommendation is that if you send it once per week, it should be around 60 to 90 second read. Not too long, not too heavy, because most people are very busy and you want it to feel valuable, but very easy to consume as well. So a short, useful email every week is much better than this huge essay that no one has the time to read. And there's one topic I think works especially well in an email newsletter: market updates. At least once per month, I think you should send a market update to your audience. Things as what is happening in your area, are prices moving, is demand stronger or weaker, are buyers active, how is the supply and demand, what are things that maybe homeowners should think about right now. This is very valuable because homeowners care about the market where they live. And if you become the person who explains the market very clearly and you do it every single month, you become much more useful. And when you're useful, people trust you more. So one simple newsletter rhythm could be one market update per month, and the other weeks you write about the useful topics from your mega list. In my eyes, very simple. And now let's talk about the CTAs in your newsletter, because your newsletter should mostly give value. It should feel like it's not just this salesy email thing. A good way to think about this is this: the email should be 95% value and only 5% advertising. So if your newsletter takes around 60 seconds to read, your small CTA at the end should maybe take 3 seconds to read. Very small, very soft, and always at the end. Because first you give them value, then if it makes sense, you add a small next step. For example, a smart move is this: do you know anyone in Area X who would also enjoy these emails? Forward this to them and they can sign up on this link. That kind of CTA is great because it helps your newsletter grow and it does not feel pushy at all. You're not just saying, hire me now, you're simply making it easy for people to share something valuable. You can also sometimes add a soft CTA like, if you do not follow me yet on Instagram, you can find me here. Or if you want to receive this newsletter every week, you can sign up here. Again, very simple, very relaxed, and very low pressure. But then a few times per year, you can do something different. This is what I would call a lead magnet email. And I would not do this too often. A good starting point is around once per quarter, as we have talked about before. So most of the year, your newsletter is purely value. You give. And then maybe 4 times per year, you send one email with one clear purpose to get more warm leads. That's a good ratio, because if you provide value for the 8 weeks of the year, you can make a stronger ask 4 times per year. In my eyes, that feels fair. And this is where you can create a small campaign. For example, maybe you're offering something special for a limited time. Maybe if someone signs a cooperation agreement with you during a certain week, you include something extra. Maybe staging, maybe extra marketing, maybe something else that makes sense in your market. Another example could be in the end of the year. You send an email saying, next year I will raise my fee, but if you sign a cooperation agreement with me before the end of this year, you can lock in the current fee even if we sell next year. And that could be a strong reason for the right person to take action. But one of my favorite ideas is what I call valuation weeks, because offering free valuations all the time can feel a little desperate. Everyone does it, so you don't stand out at all. It is probably one of the most common ways agents promote themselves. And when everyone does it all the time, it loses power. But if you're offering during limited periods in the year, it becomes much more interesting, more specific, more intentional. For example, once per quarter, you can send out an email saying, hello, during this week of 40 and week 41, I'm doing a free valuation sprint in Area X. I have only 5 spots available per week, and if you're interested, reply free valuation to this email and I will be in touch. Something like that, simple, clear, limited, and only for a specific time period. And that is much better than constantly saying, contact me for free evaluation, because now it feels more like a campaign, not desperation. And I think by now you can start to understand how valuable this can become. Because imagine if you had hundreds or even thousands of potential clients from your area on your email newsletter. People who own homes in the market you serve. People who read your thoughts every single week. And people who get your market updates. And people who see your name again and again. And then, in one click of a button, you can reach them directly. In my eyes, this is pure gold. So, to summarize, your email newsletter is one of the most valuable assets you can build. Use it to give value every week, and don't forget, keep it short, send market updates at least once per month, use soft CTAs at the end, and a few times per year you take the big swing. You use a stronger lead magnet email to create a lot of warm leads. Because when you build a list over time, you're not just building an email list, you're building a direct line to your future clients. And that is extremely powerful. Now we're entering the parts where the ABC engine starts turning attention into action. Because organic content builds attention, organic content builds trust, organic content helps people spend time with you, but at some point we want to give the right people a clear next step. And that is what the short form ad does. It takes a piece of content that had already worked, we add a clear CTA, and use it to move people deeper into your world. From just being a follower to an email subscriber. For someone who just watches you to someone who is now inside your community. Because this is where the magic starts inside the ABC engine. The short form ad. So first, what do I mean by short form ad? It's very simple. A short form ad is a short piece of content that you pay to show to a specific group of people on Instagram. But here is the important part. We're not just creating some random salesy ad from scratch. We're taking a piece of content that has already performed well organically, and then we turn that into an ad. And you might think, why do we do that? Because the market has already told us that that piece of content is interesting. So you have already got a feedback, people like it, people have watched it, people have commented, and people might have shared it. So instead of guessing what might work and what doesn't, we use something that has already shown signs of working. That is much smarter. So this is exactly how you do it. Let's say that you post 5 reels on Instagram every week, and at the end of each week, you look back at the previous week. For example, if it's Sunday and in week 49, you look at the reels you posted in week 48. And then you ask which reel performed the best. But here is where you need to be careful. Don't just look at the views, because views matter, but views are not everything. You should look at the likes, the comments, the shares, the views, and the overall engagement. Because the best performing reels is not always the one with the most views. So let me give you an example. Imagine you have 500 followers. Post number 1 gets 50 views, 250 likes, 4 comments, and post number 2 gets 2,500 views, it gets 180 likes, but it gets 14 comments. Many would think that post number 1 is better because it gets way more views. But that's not always true. Post number 2 might actually be much stronger. And you might thinking, why is that the case? Because compared to the amount of views, it creates much more engagement. So more people actually cared enough to like, and more people cared enough to comment. And that tells us something important. It tells us that the content probably resonated more deeply with the right people. And for what we're trying to build, that matters a lot. Because we're not just chasing views, we're trying to create warm leads. So when you choose which reel to turn into an ad, look for the content that got real engagement. The content people cared about, the content that made people react, and the content that attracted the right people. That is the one we want to use. Then, when you have picked the best reel, you take that video and put it into an editing software. For example, as I talked about before in the tools section, CapCut. And then you add one thing at the end. You add a short CTA, a call to action. This CTA could be around 4 to 6 seconds. And the goal with this one is simple. You tell the right person what to do next. For example, if you want my best weekly tips on how to sell for top dollar in Area X, comment newsletter and I will send you the link. Or it could be if you want to understand the market in Area X better, comment market and I will send you my free newsletter. And that is the CTA. Simple, clear, low pressure and valuable. And the goal is not to say, hire me now. The goal is to move the right person one step deeper into your world, from just Instagram follower to email subscriber. Because once they join your newsletter, you have a much better chance of building trust over time. You can send them, valuable emails, you can send them market updates, you can stay top of mind, and you can keep helping them over time. And later, when the timing is right, you have a much better chance of turning them into a warm lead. That is why this step is so important. So the short form ad takes the attention you have already created and gives you the clear next step. And this is also why we don't just run cold ads to random people in the beginning. We're not just trying to convince people who have never seen us before. We're not just shouting into the void of many ads and content. We're using ads in a smarter way. We're showing valuable content to the people who already knows us or have already engaged with us somehow. And then we give them a reason to move closer. That's the difference. Cold ads are trying to create trust from zero. Warm ads are already using trust that's already there. And that is why this can become so powerful. So now, one very important practical thing. Always save the reels you create. Always. Because if you don't save them, you might not be able to reuse them later in the ads. And then you lose the chance of turning a great organic reel into a great short form ad. So from now on, every time you create a reel, save the final video. Keep it organized, create a folder, save your best performing posts. Because your best organic post can become some of your best ads later. That's how you create leverage. You post organically first, you see what works, you take the winner, you add a CTA, and then you turn it into a short form ad. That's the whole system. And the reason it works so well is simple. You're not just there sitting at home and guessing. You are using real feedback. You're taking content that has already created attention and using it to create action. That is how we start turning social media attention into email subscribers and later into warm leads. Now we need to talk about something that is called ManyChat, and that's a tool. And for many of you, this might be completely new. So I want to explain it as simple as possible. ManyChat is a tool that helps you automatically send messages to people on Instagram when they take a certain action. For example, someone comments a specific word on your post and ManyChat automatically sends them a DM. That's the simple version. So why do we use this? Because inside the ABC engine, we want our short form ad to do one specific job. We want it to move people from Instagram into your email newsletter. So let's say you have created a short form ad, you took your best performing reel from the week before, you added a CTA at the end, and the CTA says maybe something like, if you want my weekly market newsletter for free, comment the word newsletter below and I will send it to you. Now, when someone comments the word newsletter, we do not want you to manually sit there and reply to every single person, at least not over time. That becomes messy, especially as your audience grows and more people will comment. So instead, we use ManyChat, and ManyChat sees that someone commented the word newsletter, and then it automatically sends that person a DM. And the DM could say something simple like this. Amazing news! What's the best email address to send it to? And then they reply with their email, and in the beginning you can simply take that email and add it manually to your email newsletter. That's enough. You don't need to automate every single thing from day one, because in the beginning you probably won't have hundreds or thousands of people commenting. So manually adding them is totally fine. The important thing is that the first response is automatic, because speed matters. If someone comments on your ad and they instantly get a DM, the chance that they reply is much higher, and the process feels very smooth, and it saves you a lot of time. So later, when this starts growing and you get a lot more people commenting, you can automate more of that process, or even outsource it, or send them directly to a sign-up link. But in the beginning, actually, I like keeping it very simple. So to recap a little bit, they comment a word, ManyChat sends them a DM, they reply with their email, you add them to the newsletter. That's it. And the reason I like asking them to reply with their email instead of only sending them a link is because it removes friction. If you send them a link, they have to click, wait for the page to load, type their email, maybe confirm something, maybe they get distracted, maybe they don't finish. But if they can just reply with their email directly in the DM, well, that feels easier. And easier usually means more people take action. So this is the basic flow. They see your short form ad on Instagram, they like the offer, they comment the keyword, ManyChat sends them a DM, they reply with their email, you add them to your newsletter, and now they are inside your community, inside the nurture part of the ABC engine. And that is how we start turning attention into a real audience you can build trust with over time. And the best part is that you can use different keywords for different offers later. For example, newsletter for your email newsletter, market update for market updates, or guide for a seller guide. You can have valuation for a valuation campaign, but to start, keep it simple. Use one keyword, one offer, one automation. And the first one I recommend is your email newsletter, because the newsletter is where we keep building trust. So, to summarize one final time, ManyChat helps you automate the first DM after someone comments on your ad. It saves time, it reduces friction, it makes the process smoother, and it helps you turn Instagram attention into email subscribers. So really, that's why we use it. Now we're going to talk about one of the most underrated tools for increasing your hit rate. This is what I call for the trust video, because getting warm leads is powerful, but we still want to maximize the chance that they choose you in the meeting. And the trust video helps you build more trust before you ever sit down with the client. This is your final trust deposit before the meeting. Because think about it, if a potential client has already seen your content, they have joined your newsletter, they have read your emails, and then they book a meeting with you, they are already warmer than a normal lead. But we don't want to stop there. We want to do everything we can to maximize the chance that then they are feeling more confident with you before the meeting, as you're the right one for them. And that is exactly what the trust video is for. So now you think, what is a trust video? It's very simple. It's a video you send to every potential client before the client meeting. And as soon as you have booked the meeting in your CRM, you send them the video. And you can say something like, before we meet, I recorded a short video for you so you can get a better understanding of how I work, what we'll go through in the meeting, and how we can create the best possible plan for your home. That's it. And this video has two main purposes. Number one, to build even more trust with the potential client before you meet. And number two, to increase the chance that you get the listing by giving them a strong pre-pitch before the meeting. And the best part is this, the video is not live. So you can record it once, you can fine-tune it, you can improve it, and make it as strong as possible, because we all know that when you go on a client meeting, that meeting can feel amazing, you can feel sharp, your energy is great, everything lands perfectly. But in some meetings are not that too good. Maybe you're tired, maybe the timing is off, maybe you forget to say something important, maybe you don't explain something as clearly as you could. And we're humans, that happens. But with the trust video, you can make sure that one part of your pitch is nailed every single time. So you record it once, you make it a 10 out of 10, and then you can use it again and again. And in my eyes, that's very powerful. So what should be included in the trust video? I will probably structure it like this. First off, we have the intro, then we have the problem, we have a short presentation of yourself, then you have, what you will go through in the meeting. Then I would like to add some testimonials or proof, and then a clear ending. So let's start with the intro. The intro should include the 4 C's as we talked about earlier. So we have the call out, we have the credibility, we have the compass, and then we have the core learning. So the intro could sound something like this. Before our meeting, I wanted to send you this video so you can get a better understanding of how I work, what we go through when we meet, and how we can create the best possible plan for your home. That is the call out and the compass. And then you can add some short credibility. For example, my name is Niklas Kling. I've worked as a real estate agent for over 5 years, and I have worked in this area since day one. My goal with this video is to make our meeting more valuable, so we can use our time together in the best possible way. Now, that might not be a 10 out of 10, but I think you get the point. It's simple, it's professional, and it's helpful. And the intro should be around 20 to 60 seconds. Then you move into the problem. This should be one of the biggest recurring problems you see sellers have. For example, a lot of sellers don't know when to create the best possible strategy before selling, or how to do so, rather say. So they don't really know how to maximize the final price, and they don't know what actually affects buyer demand. So you talk shortly about the problem, and then you connect it to the solution. So the solution is really what you and the client will create together in the meeting. Basically saying, this is why the meeting matters, and this is what we're going to solve together. Then I would include a short presentation of yourself, not too long, but enough so they feel like they know you a little better. Because remember, real estate is personal. They're not just choosing a service, they're choosing you. So you could say something like, I think it's professional for me to introduce myself a little bit more before we meet. So my name is Niklas Kling. I'm originally from a small town called Knivsta with a lot of nature, trees and open landscapes. One of the reasons I enjoy selling homes in this area is that part of this reminds me of where I came from. Then you could probably continue with something like this. I have been selling apartments in this area since my first day as an agent, and I've now worked as a real estate agent for 5 years, and I don't sell homes in every area. I focus on this specific market, and that has helped me build a deep knowledge of the area. And then you can add small personal touch. For example, right now you see me sitting here in a suit, tie and white shirt. But on the weekends I might look like this. And then you can show a picture of yourself on a motorbike or something else that feels like you. That makes the video feel more human. Then you can add credibility. Things such as, last year I became partner at my firm, which is something I'm very proud of. And the firm I work for is one of the strongest in the area, which is one of the reasons why many sellers choose to work with us. And then you can transition. So now that's a little bit about me, and I want to talk about more what we'll go through when we meet. So this part should feel warm, professional and personal, not just like a cold presentation. And then you will move into what you will cover in the meeting. And of course, this depends on your market and how you work. But most agents will cover things like this. So the valuation, relevant statistics, the current market, some kind of seller expectations, your thoughts on the price, the strategy to get the best possible results. Then usually you have some kind of timeline, you have a marketing plan, you talk about the preparation, and probably most importantly, you talk about your fee. So in this video, You don't need to do the full meeting in advance. That's not the point with the trust video. The point is to pre-frame the meeting. You want them to understand these are the important things that we will go through together, and this is why they matter. For example, you could say, when we meet, we will look at the valuation together. I will show you relevant statistics, comparable sales, and what I believe your home could be worth in the current market. And then you could say, we will also talk about strategy, because the final price is not only about the apartment itself, it's also about timing, preparation, presentation, demand, and how we create the best possible conditions before going live. So I think you get the point. You're not trying to close the whole thing in the video. You're just preparing them before you meet in a better way. Then I would include testimonials or proof. This can be short. You can show a few reviews, a few client quotes, a few examples of results, or maybe 1 or 2 case studies. The goal here is really not to brag. The goal is to show other people have trusted me before, and this is what happened, because that builds confidence before the meeting. And then you end the video with a clear and warm CTA. Something like this. Thank you for watching the video until the end. I genuinely believe this will make our meeting more valuable, because now you already understand a little bit more about how I work and what we will go through together. And then you can end with something nice, such as, thank you for watching the video until the end. I want to bring a gift from me to you, and that is my buyer's guide. So I have spent 10 hours creating it, and I will go through everything that I think is important when you're going to buy your next home. And then you can add some psychology into it as well, such as everyone else I have given it to has really appreciated it. So I hope you will find it valuable as well. Then I'm looking forward to meeting you. See you soon. And that, in my eyes, is a strong ending. Now you might be thinking, how long should the trust video be? And I want to give you some rough guidelines here. So I would say between 10 to 20 minutes. And if you're a newer agent, or if many of your meetings are colder, I would probably keep it closer to 10 minutes. Because you really don't want to be in a position where people open the video and instantly feel this is too long. But if you're more experienced, if your meetings are warmer, if people already know who you are, then you could probably aim at 15 to 20 minutes. But here is the pro tip. Don't make it just longer for the sake of doing it. Shorter and sweet can be much better than just trying to make it longer for the sake of it. So let's say that your video is 8 minutes and you think it's great. That is a lot better than forcing it up to 18 minutes and making it worse. So the goal is not length, the goal is trust. And yes, as we have talked about many times in this course, one of our goals is to get potential clients to spend more time with us. Every minute matters. Every trust deposit matters, and the trust video can be one of the most powerful trust deposits you can make before you meet the client. But the most important purpose is not only time spent. The most important purpose is to increase trust, pre-frame the meeting, and increase your hit rate. Because by the time you sit down with the client, they should already feel, I understand this person better, I trust this person more. This person seems prepared. This person seems very professional. And that is really the goal. So the trust video is not just another video. It's your best chance of increasing your hit rate one last time before you guys meet. And if you do this well, it can make every client meeting a lot easier. So now, before we move forward to the action plan, we need to talk about improvement. Because if you only post and never review, you are guessing. And guessing is not a strategy. And if you want to get better at content, and if you want to understand what your audience actually cares about, and if you want to create more warm leads over time, which I'm guessing you really want, you need to study what's working. Because every post gives you feedback, every video gives you feedback, every newsletter gives you some feedback, and every ad gives you feedback as well. And if you actually use that feedback, you start building your own winning formula. And that is what this section is all about. Your monthly content review. And you can think of this as your own little research and development process. Because if you want to get better at content, you can't simply post and hope. You need to look at what others are posting, understand what worked, understand what did not work, and then improve. This is how you get better over time. And I know we have covered a lot in this course, so I want to make this as simple as possible. So once per month, sit down and review your content. Look at your short form content, look at your long form content, look at the ads, your email newsletter, and ask yourself a few simple questions. Which piece of content performed the best? Why do I believe they worked? Which piece did not perform that too well? And why do I think that's the case? Which hooks worked the best? Which topics created the most engagement? Which videos got the most watch time? And things like that. Because this is where you really start to learn. Because over time you will begin to see patterns. Maybe certain topics always perform better. Maybe certain hooks always get more attention. Maybe certain stories create more connection. Maybe certain market updates get more replies and things like that. And when you start to see those patterns, you can start using them more intentionally. So here is the simple version of what I would do. So as I said, once per month, look at the content you posted. Pick 2 or 3 best performing pieces and then study them. What do they have in common? What was the topic? What was the hook? What was the story? What was the timing? What kind of emotion did my, potential clients, aka my audience, feel? Then look at the ones that did not perform well as well. And don't beat yourself up, but you gotta learn from them. So was the hook weak? Was maybe the topic not relevant for my audience? Was something very, unclear? Maybe the video was too long. Was the post maybe too long? This is how you improve. Because if you start to think in this kind of way, you get a lot better. And the goal is to collect information. And then you make better decisions for the next month. That's it. And if you use ChatGPT, I highly recommend creating one folder or one chat where you save your best performing content every single month. And then you can ask ChatGPT to analyze it for you. You can say something like, here's my best performing post from this month, analyze what they have in common, and give me patterns I should be using moving forward. You can also add, here are my worst performing posts from this month, and analyze those as well, so we can make sure to skip the things that doesn't really work. And that is very powerful, because after a few months, you will start building your own winning formula. Not based on guessing, not based on what some random people online says, but based on your own data, your own audience, your own market, your own content, and that's insanely valuable. Because every month you do this, you become a little bit smarter. You understand your audience better, you understand your content a little better, and you improve. That's the whole point. You don't need to be perfect from the beginning, you just need to keep on improving. So remember, don't just post, you gotta make sure you review, you learn, you improve, and then you repeat. So that is how your content gets better month after month. And that is really how you start becoming very dangerous over time. And honestly, someone your competitors will hate. And now I want to make this process a whole lot more fun. Because if this is going to become something you do for years, you cannot only feel like it's work. It should feel like a game. A game where you can level up. And the scoreboard is simple. How many warm inbound leads are you getting every month? That is what this section is about. Leveling up your warm leads. Because one thing I've learned in this life so far, the more fun something becomes, the easier we will make it to turn it something into a habit. So the higher the chance that we stick with it for the long run as well. And that is exactly what we want to do here. Because the content is not just something you do for 2 weeks, content is something you do for the long run. And honestly, building your personal brand is a long-term game. So getting warm leads is a long-term game as well. And if we can make that game a lot more fun, you're much more likely to keep on going. So I want you to think about this almost like a video game. Because what do a lot of great video games have in common? You can level up your character. So everyone starts at level 1, you improve, you unlock the next level, then the next one, and then the next one. And that is exactly how I want you to think about getting warm leads. So I have created what I call the warm lead scoreboard. So there are 5 levels, and the levels are based on how many inbound leads you get per month. So level 1 is red. That's when you have 5 inbound leads per month. Level 2 is yellow. That is when you have minimum of 10 inbound leads per month. Then you have level 3, which is green. That's 15 inbound leads per month. Then you have level 4, which is blue, and that is 20 inbound leads per month. And then we have level 5, which is violet. That is 30 or more inbound leads per month. And when I say leads here, I mean inbound leads. Not just leads that your firms give you, not leads from a call center that works for you, not cold leads that you chase down yourself. I mean people who contact you. People who reach out because they've seen your content, maybe someone that has seen you sold a home. So people that, they contact you and not the other way around. Because this is the thing we want more of, inbound leads. Because that's the type of lead this whole system is built to create. Warm inbound leads. So people who already know you, people who already trust you, and people who are already leaning in. So the first thing I want you to do is simple. Identify what level you're currently at. Maybe you're not even at level 1 yet. That's okay. Then your goal is to get to level 1. Or maybe you're already at level 1. Great. Then your goal is to get yourself to level 2. And if you're someone watching this right now and you're maybe at level 2, well, your goal is to get yourself to level 3. I think you get the point. So your goal is not just to jump from level 1 to level 5 in one move, because that's really how people burn out. And that is how people get discouraged. And that's really how people quit. So the smart move is to focus on the next level. And nothing more than that. Because if you keep leveling up one step at a time, you will eventually get to the place you want to be. It's just a matter of time. And that's how you play this game. And that's also how I like to set goals for myself. I commit to the next level, but I do not obsess over the exact time frame. I work as hard as I can, I stay as patient as I can, and I let it take as long as it takes. Because if you say, I need 5 warm leads per month from social media within exactly 3 months, there are just 2 scenarios that will happen. Either, first off, you will procrastinate because the deadline feels so far away, or you get discouraged because the results do not come fast enough. And both scenarios, unfortunately, is bad. So instead, I want you to think like this. I will work as hard as I can every single day to move closer to the next level. That's it. And honestly, if it takes 3 months, that's great. If it takes 12 months, that's great as well. So the point is that you keep moving forward. Because from everything I've seen in my life so far, the real winners are the people who focus on the inputs more than the outputs. And outputs are things as, how many leads did I get? How many followers did I gain? How many likes did my post get? Those things matter, yes, but you cannot fully control them. And inputs are things as, did I post this week? Did I create the content? Did I send the newsletter? Did I review my best posts? Did I even improve my hook? Did I follow the system? So those things are much more in your control. And that is where your focus should be. So instead of saying, I did not get 2 leads from social media this week, so I feel bad. Ask yourself, did I do what I said I was going to do? Did I post 7 times this week? Did I send my newsletter? Did I create 1 long form video? Did I progress toward my 100 posts? If yes, you are winning. Even if the results hasn't shown up yet. Because the inputs come first. And then the results come. And that is the mindset you need if you want to build this for the long term. So I think you should have 2 goals. The first goal you should be having is to get yourself to 100 short form posts. That is your big first goal, because 100 posts gives you reps. As we talked about before, it gives you data, it gives you confidence and a lot of momentum. And the second goal I think you should be having is to get yourself to the next level on the warm lead scoreboard. Not just 5 levels ahead, get yourself to the next level. So if you have 0 inbound leads per month, your goal should be to get yourself to level 1. 5 inbound leads per month. And if you're at level 1, your goal is level 2. 10 inbound leads per month. And how do we move to the next level? Well, that's what we've talked about so far in this course. So you apply the ABC method. You create organic content, you build your personal brand, you use the ABC engine, you stay consistent, you review what works, you keep on improving, and you keep on going. That's really how you level up. And when you do level up, I genuinely want you to come back to this video and let me know. Comment where you started and what level you have reached, because that would be very cool for me to see. So remember, this is a long-term game. Don't try to skip levels, don't burn yourself out, and don't judge yourself too early. Just focus on the next level, focus on your inputs, and keep stacking the reps. Because if you do that long enough, it's just a matter of time before your warm leads start leveling up too. I want to start off with that this section is optional, because not everyone needs boosters right now. If you already feel like this course has given you a lot to implement, that is completely fine, and I get you. So stick to the minimum inputs. Build the habits, get consistent, follow the system, and that alone will put you ahead of most real estate agents. But for the agents who are very ambitious, the ones who are thinking, okay, I understand the system, but how do I move faster? This section is for you. So this is where we talk about the rocket fuel, or what I would like to call the boosters. I was actually a little bit hesitant if I should include this in this section of the course or not. So I know how important it is to stick with things for a long period of time to get big results. So I really don't want you to look at this course for the next 3 months, you go at 300% speed and you burn yourself and quit. Because that's not the goal. Consistency is king. But at the same time, I also know that some of you watching this right now, you're very ambitious. You're willing to do whatever it takes to get there as fast as possible. And many of you think, how do I make this work? But a few of you think, how can I get there as fast as possible? So that's where these boosters can help. And you gotta understand that the ABC method is the foundation. You have the organic content, you have the ABC engine, you have the newsletter, you have the trust video, you have the long-term consistency. That's the base. But the boosters can help you move faster if you have the energy, the time, and the discipline to handle more volume. So the first boosters is simple. You do more volume. So if 1 good reel per week is good, 3 good reels per week is better. If 1 story per day is good enough, 3 stories per day is better. If 1 long form video every second week is good enough, 1 long form video every single week is better. If 1 newsletter per month is good, 1 newsletter per week is better. So I think you get the point. If you do more volume, that will get you there a lot faster. But there's a very important condition here. More volume only works if the quality stays good enough and if you can actually sustain it, because more is not always better. So before you increase volume, ask yourself, can I do this consistently? Can I do this without destroying my energy? Can I do this while still doing my main job as well? Because I think it's very important that you don't burn out. Because if you feel like the answer is no, you should not add boosters yet. Build the baselines first. And I'm going to be super honest, for most of you watching, you should skip the booster as well. Because I really want you to understand that if you triple the volume for 3 months and then you disappear for content for 6 months, that's not a good strategy. It's much better to do the minimum required volume consistently for 3 years than to do insane volume for 3 months and then you quit. So when you think about increasing the volume, ask yourself, can I do this for a long period of time, or is this just a short push? Because both can work. Maybe you decide to push very hard for 90 days. That can actually be very smart. And then you decide you go down to the minimum requirement. The thing you have to understand is that you're making difference from sprinting to running the long marathon. And as I said before, you gotta build a habit, you gotta be consistent, and you gotta get yourself to your first 100 posts. Follow the system that is already more than most agents will do. And if you want to move faster, then you add the boosters. But if you still want to stick to the minimum thing, you should do that. But I think you understand that the boosters, more volume leads to faster speed and will get you the result faster. So you really gotta understand that this is a marathon, it's not a sprint, but sometimes inside a marathon, you can still run faster for a period of time. You just gotta be smart. Don't burn yourself out. Don't build a system that only works when you're extremely motivated. Build a system that works even when life is normal. And then when you have the extra energy, if you want, you have the boosters here to use. So you should see the boosters as something that can help you level up faster. It's not for everyone, but it's there if you think it's a fit. Now we're entering the final section of the course, and this is where everything becomes very simple. Because by now you have learned a lot. We have talked about personal branding, organic content, warm leads, the ABC method, the ABC engine, Instagram, YouTube, newsletters, CTAs. Yeah, we have talked about a lot of things. But information alone does not change your business. Execution does. So in this section, I'm going to give you the crystal clear action plan forward. Exactly what to do, in what order, and how to start building the system without overwhelming yourself. Because the goal with this course is not you leaving and thinking, wow, that was interesting. The goal is that you leave this course thinking, I know exactly what I have to do next. That is exactly what this final section is about. Turning everything you have learned into action. So by now you have consumed a lot of information. And the question you might have right now is, okay, but what exactly should I do moving forward? So let's jump into that. Step number 1, start with short form content, meaning start with Instagram. Do not try to do everything at once. Don't start with Instagram, YouTube, TikTok, LinkedIn, making a podcast, newsletter, ads, everything at the same day, because that's how you burn out. So we start simple. We start with Instagram, and for the next 100 days, your goal is to post one short form piece of content every single day. And yes, you heard me right. That's Monday to Sunday. 7 posts per week, and I would structure it like this. So 5 Instagram reels per week, and then you sprinkle in 2 normal picture posts per week. And on top of that, you do 1 to 3 Instagram stories per day. That's the Instagram plan. And remember, the content should be valuable for your potential clients. Not random people, not only entertainment, not only like, look at me, how good I am, and those kind of things that other agents do. Remember, valuable content for homeowners in your market. Content that helps them understanding selling, buying, the market, timing, preparation, pricing, and the decisions they care about. Then on top of posting, you respond to all DMs and comments you get. Because this is not only about posting things, this is really about building relationships. So when people comment, you know what to do next, you reply. And when people send you a DM, you reply as well. And when people engage with you, treat that as the beginning of a conversation with a new person. Because these things matter a lot. And then we add the secret sauce, your email newsletter. So you create an email newsletter and you send 1 email every week. And remember, as we talked about before, it has to be short, valuable, and useful. And focus on your potential clients. How can you help them in the best possible way? This is where you start to building your direct line to your audience. So the first 100 days are very simple. to summarize a little bit here. So Instagram every day, stories every day, reply to all comments and DMs, and then you send out 1 email newsletter per week. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less, and you do this for 100 days. And the goal during this first phase is not perfection. The goal is to build the habit, to get more reps in, to learn what your audience responds to start building attention, and to start build trust, and to start building your email list. Then after the first 100 days, we move into step number 2. And that is to add long form content. And I know some of you might be excited and think, well, I want to start a YouTube right now as well. So if you already have the capacity and experience, sure, you can do it as well. But for probably 95% of people watching this, I would not start with everything at once, because this is not a sprint, it's a marathon. This is something you're gonna do for a long period of time moving forward, and we want to build your ABC engine one step at a time. As I talked about before, think about it like the gym. If you have never trained before, you don't want to walk into the gym on day 1 and go to the bench press and pull up 100 kilos when you can only lift 50. I think we all can agree that that would be a dumb mistake. So what you do, you start lighter. You learn the technique, you get comfortable, you build a habit, and then you add more weight. The same thing goes with content. This is something you're gonna do for years, so we need to start building it in a way that gives you the highest chance of sticking with it. Because that's why we start with short form content and the newsletter first. Then, once you have done that for 100 days, we'll level up and we'll include long form content. And the long form plan is very simple. 1 YouTube video per week. A video that is around 10 to 20 minutes. You post it every single week. And you commit to doing that for the next 100 days as well. So now your system becomes this. Instagram content every week, stories every day, 1 newsletter per week, and then 1 YouTube video per week. And that is, in my eyes, a very strong foundation. And if you keep doing that week after week, month after month, and year after year, your personal brand starts to compound. More people see you, more people spend time with you, and more people start to trust you, more people start to join your newsletter, more people reply, more people become warm leads. And over time, this becomes like a snowball. At first, it might feel very small. It might feel like it's going very slow. It might feel like it's not that much happening. But if you keep going, the snowball gets bigger. The content library grows, your audience grows, your trust grows as well, your email grows with time, and your reputation grows as well. And as a consequence, your warm leads grow too. Because that's the whole game. That's the reason why I sit here. You have watched this from start to finish. So if you feel overwhelmed right now, don't be. The action plan is simple. For the next 100 days, 5 Instagram Reels per week, 2 picture posts per week, 1 to 3 Instagram stories per day. You reply to all comments and DMs that you get, and then you send out 1 email newsletter per week. That's where you start. Then after 100 days, you add 1 YouTube video per week. That's the plan. In my eyes, it's simple, it's clear, it's not easy, but it's very clear what you should do next. And if you follow it long enough, you give your chance the serious chance of becoming the agent more people know, more people trust, and more people choose when it's time to sell. Before we end this course, I want to give you one final piece of advice. By now, we have identified one of the most important goals you can have as a real estate agent. Getting more warm inbound leads every single month, because when you get the more warm leads, everything changes. You get more opportunities, you get more confidence, you get more pricing power, you get more control, and you give yourself a much better chance of building the career you actually want. But to get there, you need to follow the blueprint, the one I have just given you in this course. So you want to have blinders on, because there will be days when you feel like you have too much to do. There will be days when you really don't feel like posting at all. And there will be days when you really don't feel like writing the newsletter. And believe me, I've been there myself. And there will be days when you feel like you have a lot of things that is more urgent. And there will be many situations where you have a lot of other distractions and temptations that will lead you away from the things you have to do. But that's the exact moment where the winner separates themselves from everyone else. So don't let it slip. Don't let it disappear, and don't just stop because it's uncomfortable. You make it done, because by now you should understand that building your personal brand and creating warm leads is one of the most important things you can do as a modern real estate agent. And not because it's trendy, not because it looks cool, but because it can change your entire business. So the goal is simple. Every day, do your absolute best to follow the blueprint. Make sure to create the content, build the trust, send out the email newsletter, keep improving and keep showing up, because that's how the results come. I want you to imagine this as well. You're sitting in a car on the highway. Far ahead in the distance, you see the goal. You see the life you want, the business you want, and the real estate agent you know you deserve to be. The exact amount of warm leads you want in your life, and the position in your market you want to have. And the only job you have is to driving toward it. You keep on driving forward to the goal you have. But there will be other cars on the road. Some will try to slow you down. Some will try to make you switch lanes. Some will try to race you. Some will show you a new car and say, this car is better than the one you have right now. Some people will tell you there's an easier way to get to your goal. Some people will tell you this will not work. And you need to ignore most of that. Because one of the rarest things in the world is a person who commits to doing something and actually sticks with it for years. Because most people start, very few continue, and the ones who continue usually wins. So in simple words, you will meet people who will tell you there are better ways to get leads. You will see a new tactic, you will see new platforms, you will see shortcuts, new shiny objects, and some of them might even work. But the number one reason most people fail to get more warm leads in their life is because they aren't sticking with the thing they know. It's not because they didn't find the perfect tactic. It's because they did not stick with the things they know they should for a long enough period of time. And there is one more trap I want you to avoid. You might start applying the things we have talked about in this course, and after 1, 2, 3 months, you might start seeing the results. Maybe you get attention, maybe you get more replies, more conversations, and more warm leads. And you think, wow, this is very nice. This thing actually works. And believe me, I know it really does. But then when that moment happens, you stop. You stop posting, you stop sending the newsletter, you stop doing the exact things that got you to the results you have just gotten. And when you stop, then the results start to fade. And that's the roller coaster of being a real estate agent. And you work hard when you need the leads, you stop when things are going well. Then the pipeline dries up, and then you start again. And that's your cycle. It just keeps on repeating over and over again. But that's not the place we want to be at. We want consistency. We want the system running day and night, and we want the engine to working. We want your personal brand to keep on growing. Because if you stop doing the things that got you the results you wanted, the results will eventually stop too. So here's the truth. The best tool in the modern world for getting more warm leads as a real estate agent is already right in front of you. I've talked about it throughout this whole course. Social media, your content, your personal brand, your newsletter, your ability to build trust at scale. It's all there. It's waiting for you to take action. And in this course, I've done everything I can to give you the blueprint. I've spent almost 2 years thinking, studying, testing, and putting this together. And now I've handed to you here for free on a silver platter, but I cannot do the work for you. Unfortunately, I can't post for you, I can't record for you, I cannot send a newsletter for you, that part is yours. So now it's time for you to take action. Start with a 100-day plan. Get to 100 short form posts. You build a newsletter, create valuable content for your potential clients, stay consistent, review the content you put out, and improve. And most importantly, keep on going. Because if you do this for long enough, you will become better, you will become more known, you will become more trusted, and you will give yourself a real chance of getting a lot of more warm leads in your life as a real estate agent. And if you feel like, this is a lot, and you want my help implementing all of this so you can build your personal brand, create the system, and start getting more warm leads faster, then you can apply for steady improvement. And that is my community for real estate agents who want to take this seriously. You will get direct access to me, you will get support, you will get the system, you will be surrounded by other ambitious agents who are building the future of this industry. And over time, the plan is to also bring the community together through in-person events, things as mastermind events, etc. It becomes a real network. The link is in the description. So thank you for watching this course. I hope it gave you massive value, and now it's time to stop consuming and start executing. Because the blueprint is here, the opportunity is here, and now it's your turn.